Okay, folks, glad to see such enthusiasm. Thanks for joining us this evening. We'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance before we go ahead and do a roll call vote. So please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. I can hear myself on the computer, so hold on one second. I need to mute myself. Okay. I think we're good there. Okay. We'll go ahead and call the February 5th, 2024 meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. And we'll go ahead and start with a roll call. If you'd go ahead, Lisa, and take a roll call of attendance. Actually, I'm looking around, and looks like everyone's here except, do we have Kirsten Jordan online?
She does appear to be online, yes.
Yeah, I'm online.
Great, thank you. All right, Lisa, go ahead if you would and do a roll call.
Okay. Starting with Ms. Anderson.
Present.
Mirtha Becerra.
Present.
Bob Campbell.
Here.
Daniel Carlino.
Present.
Sierra Farmer.
Present.
Gwen Jones.
Present.
And Kristen Jordan.
Present.
Eric Melson.
Present.
Mike Nugent.
Present.
Jennifer Savage.
Present.
Amber Sherrill.
Present.
Sandra Vasecka.
Present.
We have everyone present and a quorum.
Great. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Appreciate that. All right, excellent. We'll go ahead and move on to the approval of minutes. We have minutes from January 22nd, 2024. Does anybody have any changes or corrections to questions on those minutes? Okay, not seeing any, then they will go ahead and be submitted and approved as stands. Thank you. Great. All right, next are, the agenda item is public comment on items not on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We also ask you keep those to be respectful, and I'll go ahead and welcome anybody up to the mic now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hate to cut in front of everybody, but I got dinner on the stove. I'm commenting on the voting down in the ceasefire resolution. I've been watching this council for several years now. I've been commenting for a little over 2. I've watched this council, some of these members that are still here, make moral fumbles quite a lot. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody whiff a moral layup quite so badly. This was on the 1-yard line, and somehow you lost ground. I just wonder if you go home and you realize what era we're living in. There aren't going to be easy decisions. I get lectured all the time by party Democrats who tell me that I need to get involved in local politics, that local politics is where the decisions are made. The federal and state institutions in this country have failed on this issue, on this very clear moral issue. And the people who rolled my eyes when I came in and said that the cynical speech on democracy several months ago, when there was a special vote to elect one of my council members, was cynical, those people then vote against the power of local statements in politics. I don't understand how you conceive of what your job is. I understand that it was outside of your perceived scope, but it was literally just saying, this is bad. I don't know if it gets any easier than looking at bombed out hospitals, parents digging their children from under the rubble, and being able to morally condemn that. That's as easy a moral choice as you are ever going to be asked to make. It doesn't get any easier from here. The problems of homelessness and housing in this community are exponentially more complicated and more difficult and require more moral backbone than that did, and you failed. What are we doing here? You need to understand that this is not the era when that kind of political cowardice is going to work anymore. Even if you are a party Democrat, you need to understand that by not holding them accountable, you are driving people from their ranks. You are the last line of defense, and you failed in this matter.
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I need all comments to be directed towards the presiding officer. That's me, the mayor. Tonight. I'm sorry I didn't make that announcement at the beginning. I just want to remind you of that. I also don't think we got your name. I'm sorry. I forgot to remind you that as well.
Jody Posdigself, P-A-S-D-I-G-S-E-L-V.
Thank you.
That's all I really wanted to say. I hope you get your act together, because it doesn't get easier from here. And we really need you to be making good choices. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next. Hi, Ms. Decker.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm Grace Decker, and I am in the north side. And I wish that I was here to talk with you about my work, because I love to talk with you about my work, and I'm grateful for all of the ways that all of you have demonstrated support of young kids and families over the years. And I do the work that I do because I care about young kids and families. It's what drives me. It's my purpose. It's why I do what I do. And over the past 2 weeks, a terrible milestone was passed in that 13,500 children that we know of have been killed in Gaza. That's what I'm here to talk about. 13,500 is about the number of children that live in Missoula County altogether. And I was very disappointed last week by your decision. I know that it must feel really strange to be asked to weigh in on international matters here at the City Council. It feels strange to be asked to take that role, but we all have to do what we can where we are with what we can do. I've been calling the White House. I've been calling our senators. I've been calling the people who have the ability to make a difference in a more direct way. And those of us at the local level only have certain tools at our disposal. Resolutions are one of the tools that we have at the local level to say this is who we are, this is what we stand for, and this is what we care about. One of the reasons why I love this community, and I do, is that Missoula is a community that cares. And we're also a community that's brave. We have not in the past been afraid to take stands even on controversial issues when it was the thing that we thought would protect our kids. I hope that this issue comes before you again, and I hope that you lean into the community that we are, knowing that there are many, many people who are hoping that at any level, when we can make a difference, we will stand up and try to do that. Thanks for the work that you do.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Brendan Work, last name W-O-R-K, issuing public comment on the disappointing and undemocratic decision of this council last week to table the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine. I no longer recognize the city that I grew up in, the birthplace of Jeanette Rankin, with the peace sign on the hill. I thought it would be an easy decision to call for a bilateral ceasefire and stop an internationally recognized genocide. I thought this council could not possibly overrule a public that came out 114 to 12, or 90%, in favor of peace. I was wrong. I know a lot of people are here about the decision, the development of the fort, and I've been monitoring public comment, and I've noticed it's 58 to 10 in opposition. Don't be surprised if that's not enough. In tabling last week's ceasefire resolution, this council has done significant harm. First, you have contributed to a growing distrust in public institutions and a sense of powerlessness that fuels apathy and radicalism. A plurality of Americans want neither presidential candidate. A vast majority of Montanans don't vote for statewide office. And now, at the municipal level, when we organize and call and write in about an issue that we care about, our representatives overrule a 9-to-1 public majority. My students, my generation, many people I know are cynical about politics. It's a game for the rich, it's rigged, nothing we do matters. After seeing how this body operated last week, I have no reason to tell them any different. What else can explain that councilors switch sides at the last minute that counselors complained about how little they knew on this issue and then refused to learn more, that counselors called a vote for 9 a.m. on a weekday and then tabled it before any of its proponents could speak in favor. Procedurally, last week was an embarrassment to the public confidence in this body. Even more shameful was that you fretted loudly about imaginary harms that your action could cause, ignoring the real harms that you're causing by your inaction. Even if you discount, as you have, the 100 Palestinian children dying every single day, one every 15 minutes, the costs of this genocide here in America are disproportionately against Palestinians. A 6-year-old boy was murdered in Chicago for being Palestinian. 3 college students were shot in Vermont for being Palestinian, one of them paralyzed. Hate crimes against Arab Americans are skyrocketing so high, the FBI is no longer keeping track. My Syrian students, my Iraqi students, my Yemeni students, these are the kids who are going to suffer as this genocide continues in Palestine and America is sucked into a war in the Middle East, not people who live in cul-de-sacs. You had a chance to declare your solidarity with those kids and pressure our federal delegation to make peace and keep our community safe. I should have realized your notion of harm only went one way. I have lost my faith in this council as a citizen and in these counselors as representatives of a shared humanity. I'm not giving up, though. The fight for a ceasefire ends in a ceasefire. The same day this council failed to pass it, Chicago did.
Mr.
Yesterday
Work,
it
you're after
passed-
3 minutes.
Yesterday it passed in Long Beach, California. After that in Cambridge. Denver is finishing up theirs, then Asheville, North Carolina, and Waterloo, Iowa. The people of this city and this country are against genocide, and we're going to win. Until that point, this decision stands as a mark of shame on this council.
As a moment of reminder, 3 minutes are the maximum that for everybody giving public comment. There's a lot of people here tonight. We see several folks that wish to make comments on items not on the agenda, and we have several people here that wish to make comments that have been publicly noticed on the agenda. Therefore, I will be holding up a sign for you when you have 10 seconds left, and then another sign indicating when it's time to stop, okay? That might be helpful, thanks. Come right up.
My name is Ethan Shafron, S-H-A-F-R-O-N. I'm a Missoula resident, grad student at UM, your constituent, and I'm a proud Jew. I've had 2 Jewish parents. I was raised Jewish. I had a bar mitzvah. I've been to Israel. I have family and friends in Israel. And I'm here today because of my great-grandparents who fled pogroms in modern-day Ukraine. I'm here to express my extreme discontent with the given reasons for opposing last week's resolution. The decision to table the resolution last Wednesday did not adequately take into account the views of your constituents, as Brendan very clearly just stated. City and state politics are inextricably linked to issues of global importance. Local authorities have always played a role in international relations, and the tides of history have always favored those who act with a clear moral compass. We look back on issues like Margaret Thatcher's 1988 ban on local action against apartheid with embarrassment and shame, and rightfully so. Neutrality in the face of grave injustice will not make Jewish Montanans safer. Tacitly supporting Israel's indiscriminate murder of Palestinians as a show of theoretically caring about your Jewish constituents will not make Jewish constituents safer. To illustrate that last point, I'm going to tell you a story. In 2016, outside the Republican National Convention in Cleveland, Ohio, I struck up a conversation with a stranger. We began talking until eventually the topic of me being Jewish came up. I can't stand the Jews because you're all either Zionists or communists, he told me, suddenly turning hostile after an otherwise relatively calm conversation. I replied, I'm neither. What do you make of that? And he didn't believe me. I told him that's not how being Jewish works. And seeing as last week's resolution was struck down due to concerns over Jewish safety here in Montana, I'm here to tell you on council that that's not how Judaism works. The safety of Jewish Montanans cannot be linked to the actions of foreign governments, as we are not foreigners. By refusing to recognize the inhumane, brutal, oppressive, and cruel actions of the Israeli government, by continuously deciding to believe the narrative that Jewishness and the Israeli government are inextricably linked, by continuing to denounce this issue as too complicated or outside the purview of local government, you've perpetuated the same exact ideas that led this man to his ignorant and blatantly bigoted misunderstanding of Jewishness. You've said to the world that Missoula cares about its Jews by supporting Israel's never-ending war against Palestinian life, not by supporting its Jewish constituents in any material way. You've said that it's too difficult to form your own opinion on an issue that has been relevant in American politics for as long as all of you have been alive. This is a moral and political failing. I will not mince my words. I feel less safe in Missoula because of your inability to detach Jewishness from Israel, and I'm extraordinarily disappointed. I would encourage you to engage with the plurality of your Jewish constituents, including groups like Missoula Jewish Voice for Peace and Montana Jewish Labor Bund, prior to voting on future resolutions relevant to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, come on up. Make sure you identify yourself, give your name, and spell your last name, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Robbie Elson, E-L-S-O-N. I'm here tonight as well to make clear my disappointment with the Council's decision last Wednesday to table the resolution calling for a ceasefire of violence in Gaza. I'm also a Jew like Ethan, and a resolution calling for an end to this violent conflict would have gone much further in making me feel safe as a Jew than the watered-down, equivocating, and neutral stances that I heard last week. I've spent my adult life grappling with many of the same questions you all asked last week. Questions like, do I know enough about this conflict to weigh in? Or why organize locally when the conflict is happening so far away? I understand your questions, and yet what I witnessed last Wednesday showed how they only encourage an unacceptable and unimaginative position of neutrality and inaction in the face of a humanitarian crisis. It's sad to me that the Council abandoned its democratic responsibility by voting to table the resolution. We cannot dismiss our role as citizens of this country that contributes so many resources in funding and arms to supporting this violent conflict. And the City Council actually is precisely the forum in which to make this value clear. This is because for everyday people like me, state and federal elected officials are difficult to reach without excessive money, time, and influence. Contrary to what I heard last week about a resolution having no impact, these resolutions would display to federal policymakers where popular sentiment lies and would compel them to align themselves with the will of their constituents, which we see clearly growing in support of the Palestinian struggle for liberation. There is indeed a long precedent of city councils amplifying popular concerns about so-called global issues, such as during the movements against South African apartheid and against the invasion of Iraq. Citizens took this route through city councils because councils and their elected members are effectively the most direct way someone like me can have my voice heard. And to table the resolution on the grounds of it being out of the jurisdiction of a municipal body shows a blatant and embarrassing misunderstanding of these facts. With your no votes made out of concern for my Jewish safety and out of fear of divisiveness, what I really heard from the council was a dismissal of indiscriminate, real, and ongoing civilian death in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, which we are all complicit in, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. Thank you for your time, and I hope that when a resolution in support of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza comes before you again, you will give it real consideration.
Thank you. Next, come on up.
Hi, my name is Hallie Appel, A-P-P-E-L. I live in Ward 3, and you can guess what I'm here to comment on. So often Jews who oppose Israel are told we're naive, that we don't understand the nuances of the conflict, or that we don't understand anti-Semitism. The latter claim is laughable to any Jew who's lived through the last decade, and the former two are pretty ironic coming from community leaders who say they don't understand the issue themselves. While the nuances to discussing Israel and Palestine are complicated, the facts on the ground right now are not. If you can't understand what it means that Israel's death toll has decreased from 1,400 to 1,200 since October, and that Palestinians have been stuck around 25,000 for the last couple weeks because Gaza's hospitals are too bombed out by American weapons to count their dead, I have to question how exactly you're qualified to represent Missoula. But, all right, you don't get it. So here's a story from a little closer to your jurisdiction. I'm sure many of you have heard of the America First movement that opposed American involvement in World War II. What you may not know is that one of the loudest voices in that movement was Senator Burton K. Wheeler, a Montana Democrat. For much of his career, Wheeler was closer to the right side of history than most of his peers. He defended the rights of workers, sided with the free speech protesters during the First World War, and he was even surprisingly decent to indigenous people for a white man of his day. If all I knew about him was his domestic policies, I'd probably admire him. But when faced with one of the most significant moral tests in human history, he failed. He not only turned his back on the Jews of Europe, but materially delayed our preparations for war. If you don't know the history of American anti-Semitism, that might be surprising. I mean, as far as Wheeler goes, I can't find more than dog whistles and rumors, but Anti-Semitism was in the air he breathed, and he was all too happy to ally himself with famous anti-Semites like Charles Lindbergh. As one scholar said of Wheeler's 1946 senatorial defeat, though Wheeler was accused of becoming a conservative, even reactionary, he remained consistent to the populist progressive tradition in blaming Eastern bankers for his ills. Wheeler didn't grow with the values of his voters, who then went on to risk their life and limb fighting fascism, and he paid the price. You say this resolution threatens to divide our community, that taking a side puts members of our community in danger. I think you're afraid that speaking out will have consequences, and there's enough Islamophobia in the air we breathe that it's easier to care about that than children dying in the Middle East. I'm not accusing anyone here of malice or holding racist hatred in your hearts. Apathy is all you really need to be complicit. After all, it looks the same from Gaza as it did from Warsaw. Just remember that Montana voters have already proven once that we don't forgive inaction easily. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, come on up.
Hi, my name is Marley Pine, P-I-N-E. I don't have prepared comments. I think you guys have all heard about, a lot of people have talked about the moral spinelessness that exists in this room right now. I just wanted to talk about the Montana values. Growing up in Montana, you learn that Montana is built on community care. We learn about unions in school. We learn about a robust constitution that is stronger and exists because the state or because the federal level does not protect us. We know these things as Montanans. We're taught them. We learn to help our neighbors and care for each other when our state is not there for us, when our federal government is not there for us. And so when you sit here and tell me that it is not our place to take a stance, it is not our place when your citizens are telling you that they care about this issue, that it's not your place to say something about it, that it belongs to the state or to the federal level, that is just not true, not in Montana. Montana is a place that is built around community. I have called my senators again and again since I was 17 years old, and I have never spoken to any of them. Tester, Gianforte, Bacchus, Daines, Rosendale, Zinke, or Rosendale's, but I have never spoken to any of them. This is where our community lies. This is where it exists. This is where our Montana values are played out, and you are not listening. You are not living or acting like Montanans, like the Montanans that I was raised to know and that I love. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll ask everybody to hold their applause, please. This is not something that we are applauding for comments. Thank you, though. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Come on up.
That's the pictures for Mayor Davis and Council from on record.
Sure, why don't you? Yeah, you can go ahead and hand them to me. That's fine. Thank you. Please remember to go ahead and say and spell your last name, please. Thank you.
David Everingham, Everingham. Max Wolf and David Gray and WG Engineering want to rebuild the old post hospital and add 30 high-end condos and an undisclosed amount of commercial development. Quote, our plan is simple and limited, commercial and residential.
Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Sir, this is an item that's on the agenda, and so we're going to go ahead. We're only taking public comment on items that are not on the agenda right now.
So you want me to wait?
I do. Thank
Okay,
you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Apologize.
Understood. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I got looking at your picture and got distracted. I'll hold that for later. All right, these are public comment on items not on the agenda. I'll remind you to go ahead and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. I'll also encourage you to be respectful, and while I understand there is a lot of passion in this room, and I appreciate that very much about Missoulians, personal and directed slander towards individual members of the council won't be tolerated. I can understand that you're upset and that you wish to direct your comments towards me. At the same time, slander towards me as an individual won't be tolerated. I ask you to be respectful. Thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Shea.
My name is Clayton Shea. I feel a little foolish today in the wake of what's being said in front of me because I genuinely have not had time to be up to speed on what's happening in the world. But I'm glad we're talking about dragging our foot and not making decisions, because that is still affecting me with this council for sure. This week, after having an explosion and a fire that completely decimated my camp and the kitchen that I held for this community, I was on the ground, unable to really breathe right, be healthy at all for a couple of days, and as soon as I stood up, I was tagged to move once again. What, 10th time now by the city body? Instead of leaving all my trash as usual, which I don't, and we all know that I go in, I try to clean up, I try to help. I worked on that. And by the time I peeled that back to a layer where I could actually access any of my belongings, any of my work, any of my business, any of my family pieces, you're ready to sweep. My stuff was still frozen to the ground. I was out there 2 nights with heaters and tarps trying to thaw my belongings off of the ground. 5 minutes before that dozer that I was promised by the city's attorney's office that morning would not come, 5 minutes before that dozer scratched my stuff off the ground and carried it away, I'm pulling silver, cut stones right out of that trash, luckily on camera this time. I sat with people who sit right in front of me now, here, for months, acting like they were friends of mine. And I reached out and contacted the mayor's office, the city attorney. I contacted Parks. I told them where I was at. Your crew came directly to me, again, not to any of the other campers. You have no compassion for a situation you've been unwilling to make a decision about. And it is offensive, and this time you took my personal possessions while I tried to pick them up. You want me to lower my voice?
Mr. Shea, please.
Do you want me to lower my
your
voice? Because honestly,
Point of order.
after I folded my tarp up,
This is not allowable under our rules, and it's too loud.
your bid officer stood over me the day after that fire. And
Mr. Shea, your 3 minutes are up.
I bet he's staying in the Colorado now. These are the face of the people that come out to work for you on these sites. You offend.
Thank you, officer. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Ross Best, R-O-S-S-B-E-S-T. I'd like to comment on 2 general...
Madam Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt, but I believe the speaker is muted.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Go ahead. You can start over, Mr. Best.
Hello, my name is Ross Best. I'd like to comment on 2 general matters regarding the way your meetings are conducted. First, some of us older people especially, have significant hearing loss. And people like me can hear what most people are saying in one-on-one conversations. But when we come to the city council meetings, we can't hear much of what is said. I've raised this concern from time to time over the last few decades, and not much has been done to address it. So I'd like first to ask that people speak into their microphones, second, that they speak up, and third, that the city council do whatever is necessary to provide an adequate sound system so that people in the audience can hear what is being said. Some people are too deaf, I understand that, but I'm not. I have a reasonable expectation of being able to hear much more of what's said at your meetings than I am able to hear, even with my hearing aids. Secondly, you have tiny little nameplates in front of you. People watching on TV aren't aware that you are sitting in a relatively dimly lit part of the room. The small size of the letters on the nameplates combined with the dimness of the light makes it difficult to read your nameplates. They should be the letters should be significantly bigger than they are, so that old people like me don't get the feeling that we're taking an eye exam and we're trying to catch that bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else willing or wishing to speak on items not on the agenda this evening? Okay. Not seeing any in the room. Are there any online? There are 4. Great. Go ahead and start with the one at the top. Okay.
Matt Larson, Ward
Thank
3. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Sorry to hear that things are getting so contentious, but the lack of recognition of this council and this body by, or of the council and the body from the community, or vice versa, is a reoccurring theme definitely here. So welcome to the council meetings. It's been happening for quite some time. I've been coming to meetings since 2016, and I've been seeing the council fall on deaf ears on many an issue that have huge city and citywide and community-wide support, but for one reason or another get council support, or vice versa. They don't have community support, but the council supports them. So the ceasefire, it's nothing new. It's disappointing to see the council fail. It's something so simple, but I guess what are we going to do out here? We have a 2-party system, and it seems like both parties is going to not support a ceasefire right now. So local politics it is. I was going to talk about the tourist home issue, and how one of our city councilors has a tourist home that has never been registered with the city council, city health department, which I find troubling. And I think that she would find that troubling too, because she said that the regulation of it is one of the big barriers. So we need to lift that barrier, right, to get compliance so everybody can get on board and pay into this tourist home thing, if that's a real thing that is helping the community, which I do not think it's helping.
Mr. Larson, please save your short-term rental comment for that agenda item, which is number 10, please. Thank you. Please go ahead on items that are not on the agenda.
Okay. Well, I would say that basically I'm glad to see new council members on the council, and I'd say that maybe we could hopefully see the council listen to the community a little more and vote likewise. And maybe some of Carlino's ideas are actually genuinely good ideas, and some of Kirsten Jordan's as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. All right, next one up, I believe, is Ms. Fletcher. All right. Abby, you should be unmuted. You should be able to unmute yourself, Abby. You've been unmuted on our side. Teams can be finicky. We're going to go ahead and give you a second. We're going to move on to the next public commenter and see if you may be able to unmute in a second. Mr. Nugent, can you go ahead and... Okay, great. Ms. Antanistoff, you're ready. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Brandy Atanasoff, Atanasoff, Ward 5. And Mayor Davis, council members, and members of this community, thank you for your time. I am beyond grateful for the courage the leaders continually have to walk us through all these times when we need to use our words together more. We all need to use our words to show that we all already walk together, all of us. I see the choice you have made around the ceasefire to bring us all together as being selfless and courageous. I call the community to use their time together to show how we have always cared. We are all here tonight taking the time to discuss this topic deeper together. What I heard from our leaders about their choice was that they care so much that they are showing everyone how we already are walking together. And I look forward to walking next to them as they continue this job because they're doing an amazing job. So thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Great. Ms. Holzel, you're next. If you can go ahead and unmute. You're ready to go on our side. Andy Holzel. That happening? Andy, can you unmute there? Okay. Come back. We'll go ahead and move on to Ms. McLean. Sarah McLean, you're next. Go ahead and unmute your microphone. Unmute from our side. Okay. All right. Go ahead and see if we can get Abby on one more time. And then if not, we'd also encourage you to take a look at the agenda website. There is a phone number that you can call in if for some reason Teams is being funny.
Hi, is this working?
Yes, it is, Abby. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that. I'm here to express my frustration as well with the decision last Wednesday to table the ceasefire resolution. I wrote my Ward 6 reps. I wrote you all. I spoke to you in person in December. I was sad to hear any of you stand against the resolution, but I was especially frustrated to hear the reasoning of those who originally wanted to vote yes, who changed their minds. This resolution was extremely neutral in its language, just calling for peace, but council members stated they didn't think community members were reading or understanding that it was neutral. If you refuse to vote for every resolution that's misunderstood by some community members, you'll never get anything done. This is such a bizarre reason for changing your mind. And by the way, tabling it rather than admitting to your position is just, please own your position, be brave, hold a vote. I want to talk about kids for a second. According to the Times of Israel, roughly 50 children were killed on October 7th. Not one of them should have been touched. Their lives were precious. You find it so easy to condemn those deaths in retrospect, and it is. So why not condemn the killing of thousands of children happening in Gaza right now? To be clear, if you add up the number of children killed in armed conflict around the world from 2019 to 2022, according to the UN Security Council, you get 12,193. Between confirmed deaths and children lost in the rubble in Gaza, more kids have died in the last 4 months in that tiny strip of land than died in the previous 4 years of armed conflicts across the globe. 4 years of children killed worldwide condensed into 4 months and 18 square miles. That's what we're dealing with. Yes, violence occurs everywhere all the time. No, this is not your run-of-the-mill situation. This is beyond horrific by every measure. At what number do you decide, you know what, this is actually a problem big enough for me to take a stand? I will push for those further up the ladder to put an end to this. How many kids? What's the number? Where's your line in the sand? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we'll give it a try one more time to see if Andy Holzel can make her comment. Can make their comment. Andy, you're unmuted on this side. Okay, not seeing you be able to come through. Give it another second here. Okay. All right, well, thanks for your patience. I'm sorry if it's not working out technologically, but we can't hear you on this side. All right, you've lowered your hand, and it looks like we're all done with public comment then online. No more hands are raised. All right, so that will conclude our public comment on items not on the agenda this evening. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 4. Item number 4 is an announcement of committee meetings, committee membership appointments, and changes to committee agendas. Ms. Brown, would you go ahead and read the committee schedule and mention any amendments, please?
Just share my screen. Starting at 10 a.m., we'll have Committee of the Whole, where Mike Nugent is sponsoring our land use code presentation. At 11:05, Budget and Finance Committee will have a presentation by Daniel Carlino, proposing an ordinance amending Title 5, Section 5.08.130 regarding business licenses and prior criminal history. It'll be followed by Lee Griffin, presenting a reimbursement resolution energy projects and fiscal year 2024 budget second quarter amendments. At 1:40, Public Works and Mobility Committee will present on the award construction contract to Knife River for East Brent, Jackson, and Monroe water main replacement project. Then at 2 p.m., the Housing Redevelopment Committee will appoint Sherrill Henkel to a voting member for the AROC committee. That will end early at 2:20 and followed by a Public Safety, Health, and Operations Committee that was rescheduled to 2:30, where Scott Colwell will present on the purchase of 14 Ford Utility Explorers for the police department, and Angela Simonson will present on the Teamsters Local 2 Parks and Recreation Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Great, thank you, Ms. Brown. Appreciate that. Okay, next we'll move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda were approved in City Council committees to be placed on the consent agenda to save time at council meetings by voting on them as a package. The city clerk will read the list aloud so citizens on MCAT will know what is on the consent agenda. We'll invite community comment on these items before we vote. Ms. Brown, go ahead and read the consent agenda items if you would, please.
Sure. I'll share my screen. On tonight's consent agenda, we'll have accounts payable, claims for checks dated January 30th, 2024 in the amount of $2,579,116.31. We will, 5.2, will approve the accounts payable claims checks dated February 6, 2024 in the amount of $1,061,210.12. Item 5.3 is the wastewater RAS valve replacement project, which will authorize the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Jacobs Engineering to provide design and construction services related to the RAS valve replacement project. Item 5.4 on the consent agenda is the BID garbage and recycling contract from 2023 to 2026, which will adopt and authorize the mayor to sign the attached 3-year contract with the Downtown Business Improvement District for garbage and recycling services for July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Is there any public comment tonight on items on the consent agenda? Not seeing any in the room. Is there anybody online that wishes to make public comment on the consent agenda? I see Matt Larson with his hand up. Great. Thank you, Mr. Nugent. Mr. Larson, you should be able to go ahead and unmute.
Is now the appropriate time to comment about the tourist home issue?
Sorry, sir. That's on committee reports, which is item number 10. We are on item number 5, which is the consent agenda.
All right. I'll wait.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Anybody else online wishing to make comments on the consent agenda? All right. Not seeing any. Yes, Mr. Carlino.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I appreciate everybody coming to comment on the items not on the agenda, and soon enough, those comments won't be allowed at the beginning of the meeting. That's coming on later. But I want to comment on the accounts payable. We've got quite a few bills paying the city police department, and I just want to put it out there that police should not be used to stop people from speaking their voices to their city government. When people come here and they want to say something to their city government, they have 3 minutes, and if they're not disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting, they should be able to say their comments for 3 minutes. Using these police funds that are in our accounts payable to pay police to stop people from commenting.
Mr. Carlino, is this about the consent agenda tonight?
Yes, this is about the accounts payable where we're paying police salaries, and those police salaries should not be used to stop people from commenting for their 3 minutes that they're allowed to comment to their government. So I just want to put it out there that just because somebody's being loud does not mean that we need police to come stop them. Just because somebody is saying what they have to say and it's uncomfortable for people in power does not mean that we need to use police and our accounts payable to stop them. Police should be used to help protect the public safety, health, and welfare of our community, and they should not be used to squash voices of people who don't agree with the people in power. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Are there any other comments on items on the consent agenda this evening? Okay. Not seeing any, then we'll go ahead and we will take a vote on the consent agenda. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote since we have 2 council members that are online. So Ms. Brown, go right ahead and do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Starting with Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Carlino,
Yes.
Farmer,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Melson,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Sherrill,
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Would anybody like to change the vote? That'll be 12 yes and 0 no. The consent agenda passes.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Appreciate that. Items 6, 7, and 8 do not have any agenda items this evening, so we'll move on to number 9, which are public hearings. State law and city council rules set guidelines for inviting community comment in a formal way on certain issues. Following a staff report on each item, the city council and the mayor invite community comment. City council holds a public hearing and then votes the following week unless there is a requirement for final action on the night of the public hearing. That is the case with item 9.1. 9.1 is the Clark Fork River Access and Restoration CIP project. And this evening we have a few staff members that are here to present. And looking around the room, I see Mr. McLeod. Do you want to go ahead and start with this, please?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
One second, we've got a little bit of a... Let's try that. Oh. All right, we've got the microphone off. Let's try that. I can't hear your microphone. Can you turn your mic back on?
Can you hear me now? I'm going to share my screen. And I think Morgan Valiant is online. He's going to start out for us.
Yes, hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Mayor and Council, I'm sorry I can't be there tonight in person. We're here to present a project that is very near and dear to all of our hearts. We're going to be providing a very brief presentation. It's one that's been given several times over the past few months. within the Conservation, Climate, and Parks Committee. And so I'll try to move through this really quickly, but our hope is to allow plenty of time at the close of the public hearing for public comment, with the hope that City Council will adopt a resolution to approve expenditure of up to $1 million of open space bond funds to implement phase 1 of our Clark Fork River Access and Restoration Project. So we all know we are River City. Clark Fork River really defines our way of life and has defined our way of life for time immemorial. Nathan, would you go ahead and advance the slide, please? The river was incredibly important to the indigenous peoples, the Salish that had their home here and relied on the river for fish. After colonization, it was really used for industrial purposes, to move logs and materials and waste away or to processing facilities. Our community has spent a long time cleaning up the river, and what has happened over time is that as we've invested these resources in making our river cleaner, people have started to embrace it and recreate it in it at levels that we'd never seen before. Next slide, please. Since 2015, this pretty common view of the Clark Fork River in the summer. Since 2014, you can go ahead and advance through all these. I think we've got a few graphics here, Nathan. Since 2015, we've been tracking river use and have just seen astronomical increases. In 2018, during our last river survey, we estimated about 18,000 people within a 2.5-month period floating through downtown Missoula. And on average, the majority of those folks were single occupancy watercrafts, so folks that could get out anywhere. And what this has caused is a lot of bank erosion and user-made paths down to the river. We've also, with the removal of the Milltown Dam, started to gain our beaches back in town. All that sediment that used to be held behind the dam is now being naturally deposited on the shores of the Clark Fork River, and it's drawing families and all kinds of recreationists to our beaches. Unfortunately, when we designed our downtown river front park system and our trails, it was not at a time when people were actively using the Clark Fork River through town. And so we never really faced or connected our urban areas to our river. And that's what this project is all about. Go ahead, Nathan. Like I said, I personally have been working on this since 2014, and I'm not going to get into the details, but this has been a long-time community effort. We've got multiple partners: Water Quality District, Clark Fork Coalition, Three Rivers Collaborative. There's been a significant amount of thought put into this. In 2019, this body, the City Council, approved $225,000 of open space bond funding to do project planning and design and engineering for a sustainable, intuitive river access system through town. One thing that we have learned is that you can't just close down these unsustainable access points. You have to provide sustainable access points and then close down and restore unsustainable access points. So this project is just as much about recreational access as it is about habitat protection and bank stabilization and water quality. Next slide, please. Obviously, we can't forget our past public processes when we take on new public processes. We've had an extensive vetting process of the plans that you're seeing today and the project that we're presenting. And what really kicked us off was some of the surveys that we did back in 2014 and then also in 2018, which was a countywide statistically valid survey, our Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Trails survey. And 81% of the people countywide desired improvements in additional river access site. 88% supported restoration of rivers, streams, lakes, and natural habitats. 93 supported actions to preserve water quality, and 90% of the people that took surveys supported actions to ensure natural areas are available to visit and recreate in. We don't often get these kind of numbers when we poll the community, and so getting 80 to 90% approval really gave us a mandate that we needed to fix this problem. Next slide, please. Obviously, when we passed the 2018 bond, we are asking for use of open space bond funds here. The city decided that we would make our bond funds not just available for acquisition of new lands like we did with the 06 bond or the 96 bond or the 83 bond, but that we wanted to reinvest in some of our open space properties that we already had. And some of those first open space projects that the city embarked upon was our riverfront trail system, John Toole Park, all through our commuter trail through town. And so it really does make sense to reinvest some of this tax dollars in the areas where green space is at a premium, and make sure that folks can get in and out of these waters responsibly, and we can protect those resources. And so this is a cornerstone map that shows us where our community has told us to spend these dollars, and this project does squarely land in that Clark Fork River cornerstone. Next slide, please. So what are these existing conditions? I'm not going to go through all of this. We've got a significant amount of bank erosion, 90 documented access points within about 3/4 of a mile of river, over 630 feet of eroded bank. We've been tracking this problem since 2014, and this erosion is not natural. It's natural in that people are causing, and we're part of nature, but it's not the river that's causing this. It is access to and from the river. Next slide, please. When we look at these access points through town, the majority of them really are between the Madison Street Bridge, which you see on the right, and then all the way down to McCormick Park and even Russell Street. The majority are on the south bank of the river through Toole Park. That is not if you recall, the north bank is a certified levee. It's very armored. It actually does not erode that quickly, although we are seeing some damage there. The red dots and the yellow dots that you see on this map are the most erosive, problematic areas where we have massive bank destabilization that's threatening some of our commuter trail and other infrastructure and putting a lot of soil into the river. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Zach Covington, to talk a bit about our open space objectives and our open space process to this point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Morgan. As Morgan mentioned, I'm the Open Space Program Manager for the city, and I just wanted to touch a little bit on some of the process that we go through as we vet these open space projects. Did my share stop? Oh, we're good. Okay. In state code and in the open space bond language itself, the different line of text on the left there kind of outlines the conservation values that are eligible for use of open space bond funds. This project provides access to water and land very directly, conserves fish and wildlife habitat, and obviously conserves the river, protects scenic views, and it is directly making improvements to lands that are acquired or designated as open space. For capital improvements projects in particular, all city properties need to be designated or by the time open space bond funds are spent, and they also need to have a heavy public access element, which this project does. Per the 2018 interlocal agreement between the city and the county, this project meets the river restoration and access element of the agreement and is within 2019 Cornerstone. Cornerstones are basically open space areas that are designated as high priority areas based on extensive planning process that was utilized in the 2019 Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan. We also look pretty closely at how the project complies with city ordinances, state code, and the city's strategic goals. And so this project, as you can see, there's a lot of check boxes there, and this project does everything from protecting aesthetic and scenic resources to recreational resources to ecological and views and vistas, riparian lands. There's a lot of climate resiliency elements in this project. And on that same note, we look at how projects fulfill these city strategic decision-making lenses of climate and resilience, equity, and housing. And this project has some very robust climate resilience elements to it. There's riverbank stabilization and restoration of riparian vegetation. There's improved water quality, improved aquatic and terrestrial wildlife habitat, sustainable floodplain and riverbank protection. And this project is huge in relation to equity and providing access to recreational amenities and to the river for people of all abilities, all backgrounds, and ties the community together as it's close in proximity and follows the Milwaukee Trail and Ron's River Trail, which are all connected to the Bitterroot Trail, and it's closely connected to downtown. So there's a lot of equity elements here. Nathan's going to talk a little bit more about the accessibility of the project, and in general, related to housing and population. This project ties into a lot of newer and more dense developments where a lot of people are living and are going to be living. And so this helps kind of connect those people to the river and provides that access and recreation that we all need. The project went through an extensive process, vetting process through the Open Space Advisory Committee. And on December 14th, the committee unanimously voted to recommend the project for use of open space bond funds to the council. And on December 12th, the Parks and Recreation Board unanimously voted to support the project as well. So I'll hand it over to Nathan now to talk about design.
Okay. So my name's Nathan McLeod. I'm with Parks and Recreation, and I get to talk about the fun part, which is what all of this will look like. So the images on the screen are concepts of what some of the access sites look like. So we did go through a robust site selection criteria to try and determine which sites were appropriate for providing access and which sites were more appropriate to restore and limit access. This site selection criteria also allowed us to choose which were the most important areas that we should be investing in this project from the beginning, and which areas we can wait a little bit longer on. So phase one of this project includes approximately 3,200 linear feet of bank area that will be worked on. It includes the active restoration of 17 user-made river access points, passive restoration of 14 access points, and 6 constructed river accesses. The map on the screen shows the extents of the project. So just to orient you, on the left of the screen is Bear Tracks Bridge. So following from Bear Tracks on the south bank of the river upstream to Madison Street, that is through Toole Park. You can see the yellow dots are areas that will be actively restored. The purple stars are access points, and the gray dots are areas that will have passive restoration, meaning that we think that if we provide access nearby, we can passively restore those. The erosion isn't so bad that the vegetation can grow back on its own. It also includes an access site on the north bank of the river at Madison Street Bridge, as well as in Caris Park at Brennan's Wave. So this is some concept drawings of the Caris Park River access. The one on the right actually came out of the Downtown Master Plan. And during our public process around the Downtown Master Plan and the North Riverside Parks and Trails Master Plan, we talked with a whole lot of different people. And this was one of the most important projects that was identified in those plans. And one of the things that we heard from folks was that they love the fact that they can walk along the river, that they can see the river, but a lot of people actually have difficulty getting to the water. And so Caris Park was identified as a place where we want to provide an ADA accessible route all the way down to the edge of the water. So what's shown in the image on the left is actually that ramp getting you down to the wave. It also includes stairs for surfers to access the water at different water levels. It includes an expanded seating area, a terrace, rocks, so that you can actually watch the wave and sit during events or during any day that you're down in Caris Park. And it follows the improvements that were invested in Caris just a couple years ago. The images here are of the Madison Street access. Essentially, this is fairly basic access. It's providing rock steps that get down to the existing low water beach that's heavily used. What we found is under the bridges, we cannot grow vegetation. And so in order to reduce erosion and restore the banks there, we have to use control mechanisms like fencing and provide access using hardened methods like rock steps. These images show concepts from the Toole Park access points. The one on the right is an early concept. It still is similar to what's shown there, but it's a little bit less involved, I guess. This particular spot is heavily used by tubers as a takeout spot. And one of the reasons is that it's adjacent to a restroom, a trash can, a trail, and free parking. So we really wanted to think about how people were utilizing these sites as either ways in and out of the river or places to go sit by the river. In Tool Park in particular, we're thinking about creating a system that's very intuitive. So for example, people might walk down the stairs on the image on the left and walk along a low water beach and then come back up to the trail in a different location. And so we're trying to make sure that we're allowing for that while still restoring the banks in between. This is an access point under the Bear Tracks Bridge on the south bank of the river. Again, under the bridge, we can't grow vegetation. And in this particular location, the erosion is so severe that you're actually starting to see pipes, and the Milwaukee Trail is likely going to be eroded away in the next large storm event that we receive. And so this came to be a very high priority spot for us to provide access to and harden the banks. Additionally, in this particular location, this is as close as you can drive to the river in downtown Missoula. And so thinking about accessibility, this is an important place for providing that kind of access. So our project timeline, we're in winter of 2024 now, where we have this public hearing. We plan to bid the project in early spring with a hope to begin construction in the summer of 2024. I'm going to go through the budget fairly quickly. Our anticipated budget for this entire project is $2,692,000. And I'll note that the Caris Park improvements alone are $1.5 million. So this is our anticipated project funding. Through city staff and volunteer time, we expect to be able to do a lot of the passive restoration work, including fencing and upland plantings. The Missoula Redevelopment Agency has committed $100,000 to this project. The Missoula Downtown Foundation and Downtown Partnership have committed $150,000. The 2018 open space bond was already allocated in the amount of $225,000 for the design of this project. And today we're asking that City Council approve an amount not to exceed $1 million from the open space bonds.
Please don't forget that large grant, Nathan.
Yeah, we did get a grant in the amount of $1.2 million from the Economic Development Administration. Thank you. Forgot about that little one. No big deal, you know. That grant is to fund the improvements at Caris Park. So our proposed motion tonight is to adopt, City Council to adopt a resolution approving the expenditure of up to $1 million of the 2018 open space bond funds for implementation of the Phase 1 Clark Fork River Access and Restoration Project as detailed in Exhibit A attached hereto. And we are happy to entertain any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that staff presentation. I appreciate that. Are there any questions from council? We'll start with folks in the room. Great. Councilor Melson, go ahead.
Yeah, quick comment and a question. My comment is I think that this is an incredible project. It'll both improve the access to the river, stabilize the crumbling banks that
We'll save comments for after the motion, just
Fair
so you
enough. Question is to staff, can you speak more to the adjacent FWP access on the east side of Madison Street Bridge and as it relates to the hardening and creation of those staircases down to the river?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you. So in our original concept at Madison Street, we actually had two stairways leading down to the water. And I don't know if the screen is still, it doesn't look like it's still on the screen, but the concept showed two stairways. And what we've actually decided to do, if I can back up through the presentation here. There you go. So the image on the left shows the two stairwells. And the reason is because in the middle of that is the pedestrian bridge underneath the Madison Street Bridge. And so it kind of created a divide line. But what we found was that off the screen to the right, upstream is actually an FWP fishing access site right next to the Doubletree Hotel. That site accesses that end of the beach fairly well, and we felt like we didn't need to duplicate that access. And so, but we did think that we needed something on the other side of the pedestrian crossing. And so the stairwell on the left is the one that we'll be proposing to construct.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilor Sherrill.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate your wanting to make a comment, because I think all of us want to. And just so the public is aware, council has seen this, and we asked a lot of questions last week. So if we don't seem like we have as many questions tonight, that is probably why. The voter count from 2018, I think Three Rivers Collaborative was the one that was involved in doing that voter count, and I think some of us were really surprised at the numbers. And I'm curious, we're now 6 years later, so I don't know what we would use that information for if this thing goes forward, other than kind of continually trying to monitor the use of our river and the pressure on our banks. And I guess my question is around, is there any plan to re-up that count? Because I am guessing that it's quite a bit higher than what we're looking at number-wise, and maybe the patterns have changed.
Yeah, I can speak to that one. Quite certainly, we do need to get another user count, and it was Clark Fork Coalition was our primary partner with that one, and they just mobilized a massive volunteer effort to do river counts. In 2018, we actually also, partnering both with Clark Fork Coalition, Five Valleys Land Trust, did user counts at Buckhouse Bridge on the Bitterroot, and Kona Bridge, and Madison Street Bridge. Those were the 3 locations, and Sharon, so 4 locations. We are right now, through the Three Rivers Collaborative, looking at redoing those counts in this summer. And if nothing else, to get a good baseline, and then also to recognize that we do need to be tracking broad river use patterns on all of our rivers within our community. It would be great if we could get to a point where we're not reactive about this anymore. We can actually anticipate need and watch trends and be proactive and protect the resource while also providing good, free access. And I guarantee those numbers are so much more. I mean, we saw people flock to the river during the pandemic. It is some of the most equitable fun you can have in the summer times. And so I imagine those numbers are quite a bit higher.
Morgan, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Are there other council questions tonight? Yes, Councilor Becerra, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think I asked this before, but I think it would be good for the public to know that how much of our 2018 open space bond would we have in our coffers if we were to pass this?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So the city has allocated $7.5 million, generally of the $15 million countywide bond, and so we've only expended about $1.5 million, and this project would put us down in the neighborhood of about $5 million left. We do have other projects that we're vetting continually, right? This is kind of a open space projects are kind of opportunistic, but generally that's kind of where we're at right now.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Other council questions? All right, Mr. Carlino. You bet.
I was just wondering how we came up with the $100,000 from the Missoula Redevelopment Agency.
Mr. McLeod, would you like to? Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't know how to answer that. I could definitely ask the Missoula Redevelopment Agency. Go ahead.
I can come up with that. So that money came and both from the Missoula, the Downtown Foundation and MRA as match for that large federal grant that we got. The Economic Development Administration grants were a very tight turnaround, and it was a colossal effort for city staff to pull that grant together. It scored very high. I think we should all be very proud as a community that we got it. We did not have enough matching funds to meet the requirements in that grant, and it was MRA and the Downtown Foundation that stepped up and provided those matching funds so that we could get that $1.2 million.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, all right. Other council questions? Councilor Savage.
I don't have a question, but I'm happy to make the motion.
I think before we do, we've been in the habit of taking public comment prior to.
I think you need a motion on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm following the, okay, I'm following the list on our list. Okay. That's why we're making some amendments to our council agenda flow because, great. All right. Councillor Savage, we'll go ahead and hear your motion then. Chair Savage.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving the expenditure of up to $1 million of the 2018 open space bond funds to implement the Phase 1 Clark Fork River Access and Restoration Project as detailed in Exhibit A attached here too.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. A motion is on the floor. Is there public comment on the motion for this agenda item tonight? Mr. Best, come on up.
On the audibility problem generally in the council, after watching the staff presentations, I have to suggest to you that you need to establish standards for what's going to be projected onto your screen. Much of the text that appeared on the screen as part of the staff presentations was illegible or only barely legible. Members of the audience should not have to strain their eyes to try to read what is up on the screen. That means, to put it in simpler terms, you need to have standards that guarantee that the letters that go up on the screen are large enough for everyone in the room to read. There's a similar problem with photographs or graphs or charts. If you have multiple photographs and it's not possible for a member of the audience to tell really what any particular photograph shows, then there's a fundamental problem there. I guess in a sense I'm asking you to make these presentations more accessible, reasonably accessible to members of the public in the room or watching on TV or on their computers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Are there other comments on this agenda item? Come on up. Say and spell your name, please.
Robert Dunlop, Missoula. I say give this project a go. This is the kind of project I like to see the city involved in, taking care of what we already have rather than reaching out someplace else for projects we don't really need. So give it a go. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Dunlap. Come on up.
Robbie Elson, E-L-S-O-N. This is my first time hearing about this project. This is an unprepared statement, but a thought that crossed my mind that I think is important to consider is the effect this will have on our unhoused neighbors who have encampments and shelters along the river. I'm curious if they were included in any usability or feasibility studies, how these would impact their use, and if there'd be any funding appropriated to more resources for our unhoused neighbors. Just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there other folks in the audience tonight wishing to comment on this agenda item? Come on up.
My name's David Everingham, E-V-E-R-I-N-G-H-A-M. I take my sit-on-top kayak and paddle upriver 3 or 4 days a week from Boone and Crockett to the University Weir. You have to walk across Rattlesnake Creek. It's a beautiful river. There's beavers, mink, otters. I haven't seen them yet, luckily. All kinds of fish. The bull trout are back. It's a great place, but I think we're leaving out Bark Park. That's some of the worst erosion there is. And the dog feces getting in the river doesn't do any good. And there's a lot of garbage and encampments where you guys want to try and stop erosion, and the homeless are making it worse and worse every day. So I think there's a lot more than just building some stairs here and there. I think the whole scene starts at the University Weir and goes all the way past McCormick Park. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Are there others in the audience that wish to speak on this agenda item? I see you. Come on up.
This is the first I've known of this. My name is Susan Renault. I live on Garrett Street. I'm a taxpayer, and I am deeply concerned about the impact that the homeless are having on the landscape, the wildlife, the river, the erosion, and I am very deeply impressed with how much research has been done to take care of the riverbank, but it's all going to be for naught if the humans come in and pitch their tents and continue to have human feces and continue to destroy the riverbanks. And then there's the issue of hypodermic needles in the river and people that are floating down the river that have to watch out for those. So is that part of the budget? And what is, I would like an answer on that. I don't know whether that's part of the budget as dealing with this problem.
Ms. Renault, this, normally we don't go back and forth during public comment, but I will let you know that the city's budget for urban camping is not included for this specific project, but the city has set aside dollars to address urban camping. So those dollars are set aside. It's not part of this particular project budget, however.
But it obviously will impact the beauty of the river and the impact the previous speaker touched on it, and I agree with him.
Thank you for your comments.
Yep.
Are there others in the audience that wish to make comments on this agenda item tonight? Okay, not seeing any in the audience. Are there anybody online that wishes to make public comment on this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to move on then, after receiving public comment, to council discussion prior to taking a vote. Okay? All right, excellent. So it looks like we've got lots of hands raised. I appreciate everybody using their Teams app so I can follow that. So go ahead, Councilor Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you. I really love this project on so many levels. It's just really neat to see the city taking an interest in protecting our riparian zones, making it easier for the day users to float the river, which is something that I really enjoy. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that the public have offered regarding the damage that our houseless population is or may be causing to the riparian zone, and I have a couple thoughts on that. The first is that I did ask the Parks Department specifically last week in our Wednesday committee if these trails were being caused by our homeless encampments, and was told that largely they are not responsible. Our houseless community is not responsible for the trails going to and from the river, that's largely from city users like me who like to float down the river. The other thing too that I'd like to remind members in the audience is that if you see an encampment or find a needle or find a mess of feces, that you can call 911. You can call our compliance office. You can always make a call and have the city come and evaluate and use the resources that our mayor just referred to have those potential riparian threats mitigated. So just like to reiterate, it is not our houseless population that is causing the degradation to the banks, and that there are numbers and funds set aside that constituents can use to have these issues cleared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And I'll also add to your comments by saying that there is a web site or a web page on the City of Missoula's web site specific to reporting urban camping. So there are ways in which the public can go ahead and report that information, and we'll be as responsive as we possibly can. All right, I'll go ahead and move on to the next council person, Councilwoman Jones, please.
Thanks. We've got a long night ahead of us, so I'll just have some brief comments, and I'm just going to address this project that is in front of us tonight. But a lot of this is in Ward 3 on the south side of the river, and I've been walking this area for 20 years plus, and over the last 10 to 15 years, yes, the river use by folks in the summertime has grown exponentially, so it is not hard to see the impact on these riparian areas. So I just wanted to say thank you to staff, first of all, for such a thoughtful approach for the last few years on this, as they have done a lot of research to figure out how the river's being used, how many are using it, where they're accessing all of these points, so that if we make this investment with this project, we're doing it the right way so that we're going to get the intended results. It sounds simple, and it's hard to do, and I think they have really approached it carefully and thoughtfully. This money that will go towards it was a big part of the open space bond campaign back in 2018, and frankly, people were really supportive back then of having this project. It's taken a few years and one pandemic until we're now on the cusp of actually doing it. So I'm very supportive and want to say thank you to staff, and I look forward to future walks where I can see a different landscape down there.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. All right, Councillor Anderson, you're next. Please go right ahead.
Thanks so much. I'll also be quick, understanding the time, and I am happy to support this. I'm pretty sure I was probably one of the people that they counted floating the river, and I also probably unintentionally have helped add to this problem because we don't have really clear in and out access points for the river. I think that having access to the river and all the efforts that have gone in over the decades to make it a clean, usable, amazing place to be in the summertime, we still have one more final step to be good stewards of that natural resource, and this is really important to component of that. And I also think that I just want to really highlight the fact that these are open space bond funds that were specifically, this is one of the aspects of the campaign. So I know that there are many other challenges that our community faces, and we are also dealing with those. It's not like we could take these funds and do something else with them. They are specifically legally, kind of cordoned off into particular projects like this. So we wanted to make sure that we were reiterating that we are not, trying to put fun in the river over some of our more pressing needs. It's all kind of happening simultaneously. So happy to support this. Thanks for all the work, and I will look forward to properly getting in and out of the river.
Thank you for clarifying points made there. Councillor Carlino.
Just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues have said and just say that the Clark Fork Rivers are most precious resource here in Missoula, and it's a real treasure to the community. And I think anytime we can do something to protect it, it's super important. And I'm glad that the Missoula Redevelopment Agency is pitching in some of their funds for this. This seems like a good project. And I appreciate the voters of Missoula voting for the open space bond and the stewardship levy to help fund things like this.
Thank you, Councillor Carlino. All right. Councillor Campbell, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this project, not a trivial amount of money to be sure. Open space bond money, I understand it's used that too as, of course, taxpayer money. So, I look at this and I had a number of concerns going into it. The sum of money that's being imparted for a project of this scope. I would say I have submitted a number of questions to staff. I appreciate staff reaching back to me, answering questions pertaining to, for instance, agreed with withstand major flood events, to the degree of, how much effort's going to be put into ongoing review and survey of the finished work product. If this were approved and built out over time, and the method by which Parks and Rec and other departments would follow up on ensuring that, if we make this investment, that, it's going to be maintained properly, and, there's going to be an ongoing review of, what works and what doesn't, and, mitigate, concerns as they come along. Also concerns as far as the costs on an annual basis with, particularly with the access points that are being brought down to the river, the ongoing maintenance therein of that on a yearly basis, on an annual basis, and what those dollars would be, and how those funds would be allocated, and how that would be expended over the years that would follow. So Missoula, of course, we've been blessed with this river. Mother Nature provided it to us. So I think, looking over all this project, I think it is in our best interest to take care of it, particularly as it pertains to erosion, both erosion on behalf of the Clark Fork River itself, but also, as staff rightfully pointed out, man-made erosion, pedestrian erosion, the way in which people access the river, and trying to focus those access points with this project going forward. I think it's a little disingenuous to suggest, if we're going to say that pedestrian access to the river is a, primary mover of erosion, that, to say somehow the homeless population going down the river is in some way contributing to that, to any degree. Personally, just, I think that's suspect, but be that as it may, I think overall, I believe this is something that needs to be done now. I think in terms of erosion control, in terms of solidifying access points that are usable, that are sustainable, spending that money now is a better investment than looking years down the line. And, if we have a major flood event, we're not prepared for it, think of the dollars that will be spent at that point. And, overall, I think it's a good project. I think it'll be a benefit to the community. I hope we can follow through with maintaining this once it's built out for the enjoyment of the citizens of Missoula. And I'll be happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor Sherrill.
Thanks. I'll be brief. Everyone's heard me talk about this on and on, but I do want to reiterate what Ms. Anderson said. Cleanup of the river is a different pot of money than the open space bond funds. I also believe it's important that to note that this erosion problem has been going on for since we cleaned up the river so people could be in it. It is the boaters and floaters primarily that are crawling in and out of the river. I think that it's I guess disingenuous is what Bob said, but not correct to think that this is part of the homelessness issue. Probably a lot of it happened from my daughters crawling in and out of the river where they shouldn't. I want to thank the staff. They have just done an incredible job over the years. Morgan's not here, but Morgan and I have talked about this for quite a long time. I don't know how long, but the ability to get that grant, and I love that you just went right over that because it is such a big piece to have brought this project to fruition and to be able to do the work that we're doing on both sides of the river. I'm voting for it because I believe in water quality. I'm voting for it because I understand the level of erosion that we have on the river. I'm voting for it because I believe in safety, and I also believe that our infrastructure is at risk if we don't do it.
Great. All right. Thank you for your comments, Councilor Sherrill. I believe that is all council comments. Looking around the room here, looking online. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. And we'll go ahead, it seems, and we'll take a roll call vote on this item. Ms. Brown, go right ahead.
Thank you. Voting to adopt a resolution approving the expenditure of up to $1 million of the 2018 Open Space Bond funds for implementation of the Phase 1 Clark Fork River Access and Restoration Project is detailed in Exhibit A, starting with Ms. Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
That passes unanimously with 12 yes votes.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I too want to thank the staff for your excellent work and presentation, and also thank all council members for your support. The stewardship and safety is in high public interest, and this is going to be a wonderful addition and amenity for our riverbank and the citizens and residents and visitors to Missoula. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and look to staff here because we are now moving on to item 9.2, undoubtedly why most people in the room are here tonight. We have some technical things to just check in about. Mr. Halverson, I see you walking by me,
And I want to check in on, we're gonna take a 10-minute bathroom break, and we're gonna take a quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and recess the meeting for 10 minutes. We'll see you back here at 10 to 8. Mr. Hellstrom. Thank you. Thank you. Did we need to stop the recording? I'm sorry.
No, that's.
It's not in my head and I can't stop it. I know, but it's like, do you need to stop anything?
No, I had asked if Lisa, she did want a break, so we know where we don't have to run into
Okay, that sounds good. I know, exactly. I know, no doubt, that would be.
Yeah. You got all this money on this equipment. Use it. You young guy, you look like a kid.
Yeah.
Do something.
Yeah, I'll try and speak loud myself for you.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. This lady is over here. She sits right back in the chair. I got here nothing. One guy can find a guy over here. He's talking to his wife.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll try and speak up. And, yeah, I messed like with the camera.
at that point today.
Yeah, me too. My coffee in the morning.
But I'm drinking P&G tips now, which is also caffeinated.
That's good.
Yeah. It's just it's something that's. Well, hello.
Thank you.
Oh, love it. Is it on? Yeah. Sorry, that was my. It's on. Sorry about that. Testing it. All right, folks, I'm going to ask you to come on back. What's that? Because down is on, right? Down's off. No, it's not.
Not marked anymore. It used to have a little sticker.
That would be helpful.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know.
Down is off?
Yeah, down is off.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I need all the hints I can get. I know. All right, everybody, come on back. We're going to go ahead and get started again. I'm going to go ahead and call the Missoula City Council meeting back to order February 5th at 7:50 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and move on then to item 9.2 this evening, which is the Fort Missoula Commons appeal hearing. And this item is a little bit different than a normal public hearing because this is a quasi-judicial function of City Council. The hearing the appeal tonight of the May 3rd, 2023 Historic Preservation Commission decision regarding Fort Missoula Commons, the Post Hospital, historic preservation permit applications at 3255 Lieutenant Moss Road, pursuant to the City Council's role found in Title 20, Section 20.85.085P of the Missoula Municipal Code. So, before we go ahead and get started, I just wanted to give a few details around process and also decorum. And before I do that, I would like to welcome Councilor Jones, which wishes to say a few words before we get started in particular about this item.
Thank you. I was eating my cheese and crackers. Sorry, I'm on it now. I just wanted to put on the record that my brother, Tate Jones, runs the RMMMH, Rocky Mountain Museum of Military History, which is located out at the fort. I know that Tate is involved in other aspects of management out at the fort. I don't even know the names, I'll be honest, of those entities because he and I don't talk about that. We mostly talk about taking care of our two older parents. So I just, in full transparency, since this is a item that has a huge amount of community focus on it, I just wanted to put that out there. I did discuss this with the city attorney to make sure there was no conflict of interest, since there is no financial no financial impact. In other words, I don't make any money off of this in any way via this situation. There is no conflict of interest, but I also just wanted to put it out there so that this is not an issue in the long run and be completely upfront. So I think that covers it.
I appreciate that, Councilor Jones. Thank you for providing that information for us all. Okay, we're going to go ahead and, again, I'll welcome you all to this appeal hearing. And I'm going to just review the work plan the council will use for this appeal. And so, as many of you know, this item has been, is of high public interest and has been available for public comment for some time. The city has been gathering public comment and providing information available on the Engage Missoula website. Along with many other items of interest to the public and projects that the city is engaging in. We'll continue to do so. There were pre-public hearing briefs that were provided by the appellant as well as the City of Missoula and Save the Fort. We are here tonight, City Council appeal hearing.
Tonight, we'll go ahead, after I say a few words, we'll go ahead and move on to the city staff report, which is summarizing the Historic Preservation Commission's decision-making process and background. We'll then hear from the appellant. The appellant presentation will be given 1 hour. And then we will hear from the Save the Fort presentation, and they have been allocated 15 minutes. And then we'll see where we're at. We may take a recess, I'll let you know. We may not. See how we feel about that. We'll then hear public comment, and public comments are limited to 3 minutes. I do have my handy little sign up here. I'll just help guide you where you're at in your 3 minutes if you're getting close, and then encourage you when you've reached your 3 minutes to go ahead and wrap those up. We'll then hear questions from council, and then I'll close the hearing. The council will consider a motion tonight to call a special city council meeting on February 22nd, 2024 at 9 a.m. here in the city council chambers, 140 West Pine Street, Missoula, Montana, for the purpose of finalizing their decision on this appeal. Okay. So with that, I want to go ahead and as I turn it over, well, I'll just mention again, excuse me, that post-public hearing, which is after tonight, findings of fact and conclusions of law, those will both be due. Those will be due to the city on February 19th, 2024 at 1 p.m. and late submissions will not be accepted. Those documents will be available on the Engage Missoula website, and they'll also be posted on the City Council meeting agendas, webcasts, and minutes portal. So all you need to do is select the February 22nd, 2024 City Council agenda to see those items. And then again, as mentioned, we'll be hosting a special city council meeting on February 22nd at 9 a.m. Okay. So as we turn it over to the staff, excuse me, we are going to go ahead and I believe we are going to start this evening. Sorry, I'm getting a little lost in my items. So I know we have Ms. Pehan on the item, but I don't know if you wish to start or... Hi, Mr. Sudbury, please kick us off. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ryan Sudbury with the City Attorney's Office. The city's just going to give a brief presentation, overview, and background of the decision made at the Historic Preservation Commission. We're going to try and keep our presentation limited because the burden in this process is on the appellant, so we've allotted them the lion's share of the time. We'll refer City Council and the public to both the staff report that was given to the Historic Preservation Commission before they made their decision, as well as the record of decision of the Historic Preservation Commission, as well as our brief on this matter that summarizes the substance of our arguments. Being that this is an appeal process, the City Council is directed by the City Code to give a presumption of correctness to the Historic Preservation Commission's decision, and it's placed the burden on the applicant to show that the Historic Preservation Commission erred in its final decision on these two historic preservation permits. At the outcome of this appeal hearing, either the hearing or at the end of the special meeting that's called to consider this matter, City Council has what I characterize in my brief as three outcomes, but it's really four. They could uphold the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission, find that there was no error, but also, and similarly, City Council could simply consider the substance of the matter underlying the permits, sort of disregard the decision of the HPC and make their own findings that the permits should not have been granted. Again, alternatively, City Council could look at all of the evidence supplied and make their determination that the HPC erred, or that simply that City Council finds that the permit should be granted, or one permit should be granted, thereby overturning the HPC decision. City Council could, if only minor conditions are required to bring the permit into compliance, they could also overturn the HPC decision and have insert those conditions that would bring the project into compliance with the review criteria. Alternatively, and lastly, the City Council could remand the decision to the HPC, find that the HPC made some error in their consideration of the matter, remand it to the HPC with directions to fix that error, and then issue a new decision. So that's really the suite of City Council decisions as I see it. getting to the project that's in front of you, as you saw in the briefs, there are two elements, or really three elements. There's alteration to the post-hospital that's being proposed, as well as several newly constructed buildings. That's part of one permit, which we called in our brief the new construction permit. Then there's also a demolition permit to demolish a historic garage that's on the behind the post-hospital. Projects of this sort in the historic Fort Missoula Historic District have to comply with three sets of review criteria. There's the overlay, historic Fort Missoula neighborhood character overlay, the historic preservation permit criteria found in 2085 of the city code, as well as the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation of historic structures. Those criteria include a variety of statements and specific criteria that have to be analyzed, that the applicant addressed in their application, and that the staff report addressed in its report, Elizabeth's report to the Historic Preservation Commission. But really, boils down to three main elements. Projects have to be compatible with the characteristics and features that qualified the site for designation as a historic district or historic site, historic property. Project must not diminish or adversely affect the historic character of the resource, and they must reinforce the character of the historic fort area and its visual aspects. I mean, that's essentially a summary of what the various elements are. And you can see from both the staff report, the record of decision, and our brief that we don't feel that this project satisfies those criteria. At most other places in the city, this project would be a welcome addition, a welcome development. It includes a mixed type of buildings and structures that would be, as I said, just a welcome addition. Unfortunately, the historic Fort Missoula is not the place for that, as Elizabeth will note, and as we've noted in our brief in the staff report. The project, as proposed, is simply incompatible in scale, material, texture, and design with what the historic fort in the vicinity of the project looks like. It's as I noted in the brief, and it's noted in the National Historic District's nominating form and boundary increase report, that it's characterized by an open, rural, park-like setting. And this is the project that's being proposed would be a nice addition to the urban core of the city of Missoula, but turning a rural historic area into an urban area is just simply something that the historic preservation criteria are set out to protect against. Elizabeth is going to identify a little bit more about the background in front of the HPC and some more of the review criteria, but I wanted to close with one more element as this project and this process moves forward. There may be questions at the end. I think it'll be important at the close of the public hearing tonight, in anticipation of a special meeting, that if City Council has direction to the parties of things that City Council would like to hear more on at the special meetings, particular topics that they would like addressed or questions that they have, I think addressing those at the close of the meeting would be helpful. Alternatively, again, because this is a quasi-judicial matter, I counsel City Council that we can't have ex parte communications on this, so you can't approach staff or myself about this matter. The parties, the applicant would need to be involved. So what may be useful would be if City Council has a series of questions, or if individual members have a series of questions, you guys can compile them and post them, say, to the Engage page, or send them to the city clerk, who can compile them and post them to the Engage page, so that by a certain date, so that the parties have time to consider them and make presentations or address those either in their post-hearing briefs or be prepared to speak to those at the special meeting. So I'll close my presentation and turn it over to Elizabeth to give some background.
Thank you, Mr. Sudbury. All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Elizabeth Johnson, and I'm the Historic Preservation Officer within Community Planning, Development, and Innovation. I apologize, my keyboard has stopped working, so I hope this works all right.
Yeah, don't be afraid to eat that microphone.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
No worries. You can pull it closer to you for the comfort of your presentation.
Okay, so working through this presentation first, I'm going to provide an introduction and then a project timeline and some background on the historic preservation permit review process and the factors leading to the HPC's decision to deny the 2 historic preservation permits for the Fort Missoula Commons project. Regarding the appeal, the appellant is FAA Missoula Hospital, LLC. The proposed project area is 3255 Lieutenant Moss Road within the boundaries of the Fort Missoula Historic District and the Fort Missoula Neighborhood Character Overlay. Legal notices for this public hearing were placed in the Missoulian on January 13th and January 20th. On-site notification was posted and affected property owner letters were mailed out 15 days prior to tonight's hearing. The action subject to review by City Council, which Ryan briefly covered, is the appeal of the HPC decisions to deny 2 separate historic preservation permits for the collective Fort Missoula Commons project. The first was for the exterior alterations to the post hospital and related new construction, and the second was for the garage demolition preliminary application consideration. The applicable sections of the Missoula Municipal Code that apply to both this project and the appeal are 20-30-30 for definitions, 20-85-85 for the historic preservation permit, 20-25-70 for the historic Fort Missoula Neighborhood Character Overlay, and 20-85-100 for appeals of administrative decisions, which applies to council's decisions on this appeal. During the pre-application period, informational presentations were given to the Historic Preservation Commission by the applicant's representatives, Tress Birds, on February 3rd, April 7th, and June 2nd of 2021. During these meetings, HPC members suggested drawing inspiration for the new construction from the Officers Row and suggested improving the setback on the 2 buildings closest to the street. Tress Birds met separately with city staff in May 2021 and again for a pre-application meeting for the historic preservation permit and subsequent planned unit development processes on January 5th, 2022. During the January 5th meeting, staff reviewed the relevant review criteria for the project with the applicant's representatives and raised concerns about the project's density and the hospital being surrounded by an architectural style that differed greatly from that of the post-hospital building. Staff also advised Tress Birds to use the 1910 and 1912 architectural style for visual continuity, encouraged setbacks to match buildings on the adjacent parcel, and directed them to the Appendix A Development Guidelines and Standards for the Fort Missoula Historic District for further guidance. Another informational presentation was given to the Preservation Commission by David Gray of DVG Architecture in May of 2022. On July 1st of 2022, further clarification was given by staff to Mr. Gray that the new construction should be compatible with and incorporate the prominent design elements found in the 1910 and 1912 Mission Revival area in order to maintain the visual continuity and historic character of that section of the Fort Missoula Historic District. On March 14th, 2023, the 2 historic preservation permits were certified complete by the Historic Preservation Officer and the applicant was notified. On April 5th, the Historic Preservation Commission held the public hearing on both permits. That meeting was carried over to May 3rd when the Commission voted to deny both historic preservation permits. On May 26th and May 31st, the records of decision for both HPPs were issued. And lastly, on June 1st, 2023, an appeal letter was received by the appellants within the requisite 30-day period to file an appeal. So for a little bit of background on Fort Missoula, it was listed as Missoula's first historic district in 1987 with an addendum and boundary increase completed in 2012. There are 4 contributing resources within the historic district identified in the National Register nomination currently present on the project parcel: the post hospital, the garage, the hospital staff quarters, and portions of the historic cultural landscape. The 2012 National Register nomination does specifically mention that one of the most compelling physical features of the district is the historic landscape. It goes on to say that the landscape retains a high degree of integrity, and although it's experienced some changes, it still strongly reflects the rural setting of the original fort. The Fort Missoula district is incredibly large, but the portion of the historic district in the immediate vicinity of the 20th century parade ground, outlined in this slide here, is noted as having retained the highest degree of historic and architectural integrity within the fort, with the visual character of the Reconstruction period noted as being the strongest presence within the fort complex. The Reconstruction period is that 1910 to 1912 Mission Revival style architecture that characterizes the buildings in this outlined area. The Fort Hospital building, the buildings along Officers Row, and the large barracks building, the Post Exchange, and the headquarters buildings are all buildings that remain from the Reconstruction period today. As Ryan briefly covered, any proposed project within the Fort Missoula neighborhood character overlay is reviewed pursuant to 3 sets of review criteria that are listed in Section 208585H of the Missoula Municipal Code, the Appendix A Development Guidelines and Standards for the Fort Missoula Historic District that are found in the neighborhood character overlay for the historic Fort Missoula area, and the Secretary of the Interior standards. The Historic Preservation Commission evaluates any proposed historic preservation permit for compliance with all of the relevant review criteria to determine if there will be a cumulatively adverse effect on the surrounding historic structures. While our Title 20 review criteria contain several provisions, the overarching theme of these criteria are that alterations and new construction needs to be compatible with the characteristics and defining features that qualify a historic resource or a historic district for listing in the National Register. In this case, the cultural landscape and the architectural integrity of the fort are the 2 predominant themes within this section of Fort Missoula. The development guidelines and standards for the Fort Missoula Historic District included in the Fort Missoula Neighborhood Character Overlay were established specifically to protect the fort from modifications that obscure or eradicate significant features of the fort's historic character. The guidelines also note that Fort Missoula retains the highest degree of historic architectural integrity in the portion of the historic district in the immediate vicinity of the 20th Century Parade Ground, reinforcing what is listed in the National Register. This area was developed between 1900 and 1912 and is characterized primarily by that Mission Revival style that you see on the buildings in that area. Further, it is noted that it is the standard's intent to encourage the development of architecture that employs those major elements that characterize those 1910 to 1912 historic structures. And the Secretary of the Interior Standards is the 3rd set of review criteria that we employ, and they are a set of standards created by the Secretary of the Interior for the specific purpose of evaluating the degree to which proposed projects follow preservation best practices. In addition to being used in federal and state review processes, the Secretary of the Interior standards have been adopted by local governments across the country as part of their local review criteria. As a professional baseline, it is well understood that changes to the historic site, setting, and landscape of a historic property and district is more significant the closer that proposed change is to the historic resources in question. Projects further removed from historically significant sites and spaces are less impactful than those in direct proximity to them. The Park Service further clarifies that where projects are composed of multiple components, the cumulative effect of all related aspects of the project need to be evaluated for compliance. As you can see on the slide that's on the screen right now, those standards that are in red font are standards that staff found did not comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards, that the project did not comply with. The standards that are in blue are standards that the restoration of the post hospital itself complied with, but other elements of the new construction failed to comply with. And those standards that in black generally comply, but specifically standards number 5 through 7 relate only to the post hospital and don't have any actual application to the new construction. So the primary factors leading to the HPC's denial of the preservation permit for new construction are interconnected throughout those 3 sets of review criteria that we just covered. First, the existing architectural character of both the post hospital and the portion of the Fort Missoula Historic District specifically called out in the National Register for the highest degree of integrity would be adversely affected by this proposal. As seen in this photo, the post hospital is a historic building traditionally surrounded by open space, and according to the National Park Service's interpretation of the standards, it must not be crowded by dense development in order to maintain that historic character. The proposed overall site plan for this project, seen here, proposes to do just that. The addition of 7 new buildings on the parcel would significantly alter the historic setting of the post hospital, downgrading it from the central primary feature of the site that you saw on the previous slide to just one element in a larger configuration of buildings that bear little relationship to the historic context. Similarly, as part of the section of the fort with the highest degree of architectural integrity, the post hospital, along with the officer row buildings and the 2 large barrack buildings, are characterized by the Mission Revival style, as previously mentioned, with characteristic white concrete and red tiled hipped roofs that you can see clearly in each of these 4 photos here. The top left photo is the post hospital, the bottom left is one of the barracks buildings, and the 2 on the right are 2 of the structures from what is known as Officers Row. The density of the buildings on the parcel, coupled with the contemporary style and urban aesthetic of the structures seen here through the front gable roofs and vertical wood grain siding, would dramatically alter the defining characteristics of both the post hospital and the broader Fort Historic District, where the majority of the existing structures in this section, as you just saw, are characterized by white concrete and red roofs. The new construction would exist in stark contrast to the existing post hospital through its use of alternate materials. The NPS guidelines for applying the standards are quite clear that new construction that is in extreme contrast to the historic building and or historic district are not compatible with it. Similarly, the 2 buildings proposed on the northern edge of the property, seen here, and I'll give you a second to take a look at that before I switch over to the next one, and here, generally pull in elements that are found throughout the Fort Missoula Historic District, but those elements are combined in a way that does not have precedent elsewhere in the fort. So taken as a whole, as you can see here, the diversity of the proposed contemporary materials, colors, and design of the new construction will ultimately detract from the visual continuity of the historic core of the fort and is not in keeping with the dominant design, style, patterns, textures, or colors that characterize this section of Fort Missoula. On the basis of these review criteria, which are evaluated in much more detail throughout the staff report issued on March 31st, 2023, the HPC concurred with staff's recommended motion and voted to deny the HPP for exterior alterations and new construction. Moving on to the second historic preservation permit, which was a separate decision and a separate process. This permit was concerned with the demolition of the garage structure that exists behind the post hospital. The Title 20 process for preliminary consideration of a historic preservation permit for demolition is laid out in Section 208585J of the Missoula Municipal Code and requires an assessment of whether the structure maintains viable economic life, whether it is capable of generating a reasonable economic return if rehabilitated, and requires that the applicant make a bona fide effort to find a reasonable alternative to that deconstruction or demolition. In evaluating the materials provided by the applicant to satisfy these requirements, the HPC found that the report submitted by the applicant estimating the cost to relocate and rehabilitate the garage was based on a cost estimate from a different project, which was the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula's Alien Detention Center Barracks Reconstruction Project. The commission found this material not to be an adequate comparison, as the barracks buildings were being converted into an exhibit or archival space with stricter requirements, particularly around climate control and other concerns along those lines. Thus, the HPC determined that a more comparative cost evaluation would be needed to determine if there truly was no economically viable use of this building. Furthermore, the commission concluded that the applicant did not make a bona fide effort to find an alternative that would result in saving the building. While the applicant did list the garage for sale on the required sites for 90 days, the applicant concluded in its application that the building no longer had sufficient economic value and thus needed to be deconstructed or demolished. The commission determined that the listing fell short of bona fide effort to find an alternative to demolition because the applicant asked $40,000 plus the relocation costs of any potential buyer. Thus, the HPC did vote to deny the demolition permit. And lastly, throughout the pre-application meetings and presentations, we provided feedback for how to alter the proposal to bring it into compliance with the relevant review criteria. Unfortunately, we did not see significant material changes to the proposal. On this slide, you can see the site plan as it was presented by Tres Birds to the HPC in April of 2021. And here you see the site plan as submitted in the historic preservation permit application in 2023. While additional details have been added to the site plan as the project moved along, and the orientation of one building was changed, landscape features were added to the site, but the design elements, including the architectural style, colors, textures, and roof style, remained largely unchanged. Additionally, this very long paragraph can be found in my staff report if you don't want to attempt to read it on there. But in the staff report dated March 31st, 2023, staff did encourage the applicant to reconsider the design of the new construction to better incorporate the primary design elements and materials that characterize the Fort Missoula Historic District. The design should look to minimize adverse impacts to the post-hospital and broader Fort Missoula Historic District through subordinate massing, consistent setbacks, and similar materials to the fort's second reconstruction period. The use of compatible design and materials for all new construction, including but not limited to modern and or contemporary interpretations of the Mission Revival style with concrete and tiled red roofs, would allow the new construction to blend more seamlessly into the existing fabric of Fort Missoula. Additionally, staff recommends reorganizing the site layout to comply with the open landscape concept and reduce the intrusion of new construction on the historic post-hospital. That is to say, there is a project here. It just has to employ these elements that are repeated throughout each of the 3 sets of review criteria for Fort Missoula. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Sudbury, is there any other staff that wish to present this evening? Okay. So following along with the work plan, then we'll go ahead and move from the city staff report to the appellant presentation. So we are ready for you now. Please come on and make sure you identify yourself, and please say and spell your name so we have it for the record. Although I have a feeling we have it for the record based on all the material we have.
All right, Max Wolf, MAXWOLF. Good evening, Mayor Davis and members of the City Council. I am here today to introduce the Fort Missoula Commons project to you as the owner of the Old Post Hospital and the adjacent privately owned land parcel at the fort. We reached this point because our application for a historic preservation permit to the City of Missoula was denied by a volunteer board. In fact, the only volunteer historic preservation board in the state, to my knowledge, that is empowered to make such binding decisions rather than recommendations to their community's elected officials, and we have decided to appeal that decision to you. You're going to hear more shortly about the project itself, the process that we have undertaken to make this a well-vetted, responsible, and successful opportunity for Fort Missoula, and the roadblocks and hurdles that we have faced along the way. But I want to start with something more fundamental to this conversation, and that's the why. My family has been involved in historic preservation and adaptive reuse projects across the country for decades. We pride ourselves on saving history and giving the communities we invest in revitalized spaces to gather and grow. I came to Missoula nearly 2 decades ago to attend the University of Montana. Upon graduation, I stayed right here in Missoula to start my professional career and earn a living. I spent much of my 20s as a fly fishing guide, exploring on our rivers, providing a positive boost to Missoula's tourism economy. Over the last several years, following in my family's footsteps, I've been successful on a few development projects on my own in Missoula. Then in 2018, I became aware that the Old Post Hospital at Fort Missoula was up for sale. Like many in this room right now, I was familiar with Fort Missoula, but less so with the hospital building itself. Once I learned more about the tremendous history behind this building, I was hooked. I knew this was a special place that, given our family's expertise, we could save and give it another 100 years of life. We decided to make an offer and were ultimately able to purchase the building in 2019. With that sale came an opportunity. If you've been to this area of the fort, you know that it's a very distinct area within Missoula. Aside from those visiting the historic buildings at the fort,
it is commonly used as a cut-through for folks to avoid traffic on Reserve Street. The fort as a whole contains poorly maintained roads and in many locations overgrown vegetation. The Old Post Hospital site itself fronts one of these poorly maintained roads, and much of the vegetation on site is dead or dying. We have taken several steps to improve the nurses' quarters on site to make it a functional structure that is currently being leased. But in order to make improvements to the Old Post Hospital and surrounding grounds, a significant amount of money will be required. While you hear from opponents that this can be accomplished through grants and that new construction is not necessary, grant opportunities would not scratch the surface for the amount of work that this building needs. Plus, it takes away grant opportunities for smaller historic preservation endeavors that really need access to these grants. There's tremendous value in restoring the Old Post Hospital, not only to me, but to the community. I've been vocal from the very beginning of this process that we want to create a community asset that brings people in and understands what our little private slice of the Fort Missoula could mean for the broader city. I hired an experienced local architect, one who has won 7 historic preservation awards for his professional commitment to restoration and reuse right here in Missoula, to craft a historically accurate restoration of the Old Post Hospital. I hired an experienced engineering firm to ensure compliance with the city rules and regulations for building. We undertook neighborhood and community outreach, including tours of the building for our neighbors at the fort, as well as open house tours and presentations for the entire Missoula community. We have been collaborating with our neighbors, including adjacent child development services, to whom my family has donated resources to help their organization succeed. We've also been in discussions with the Board of Regents, our neighbor to the south and east, about restoration efforts for the riparian area located on their property. Unfortunately, despite our conversations with our neighbor to the Northern Rockies Heritage Center, they have chosen to oppose our effort, perhaps because they operate as an event space as well as office spaces and view our efforts as competition. We have been transparent from the start, hosting media tours to reach the broader community, sharing our story in op-eds and written news stories, and going on talkback with Peter Christian several times to answer questions from Missoulians. We regularly met with the Historic Preservation Commission to attempt to gather their feedback as well, although with minimal input. As the administrative record shows, we also regularly communicated with the Historic Preservation Officer in the hopes of obtaining clarifying information or more details on the requirements she set forth for our application to be deemed complete. I found it disappointing to see the city attorney's assert in his brief that there is no requirement for meaningful feedback from the Historic Preservation Officer and the Historic Preservation Commission, when a meeting with the Historic Preservation Commission in coordination with the Historic Preservation Officer is a requirement for the zoning regulations. I think we have demonstrated our eagerness and willingness to seek feedback and incorporate change along the way. We were constantly asking for more clarity because I believe we put together a plan that honors our history and responds to current day concerns of the city of Missoula. And we wanted to submit a successful application from the start. We undertook these requests to avoid the situation we are in today. All told, we spent over 4 years engaged in a collaborative process with both the HPC and community members for a historic preservation permit that would allow us to restore the Old Post Hospital. We've welcomed hundreds and hundreds of people through our doors to better understand our vision and met with hundreds more at farmers markets, neighborhood meetings, and other spaces. And we are proud of the work we have done to be inclusive and responsive. If our project is allowed to move forward, imagine what a revitalized Fort Missoula could look like. Imagine a space that draws our community together. And if I might, imagine the tax revenue the city would receive from me as a private landowner at the fort. I have already paid over $100,000 in taxes since purchasing this property. This will no longer be a forgotten pocket of the fort. It will instead become a welcoming, vibrant amenity with the restored Old Post Hospital as its centerpiece. I want the council to keep in mind that the conversation tonight will not focus on use, and rightly so. That's not what you're being asked to review. But I would note one thing. As it stands, the Old Post Hospital has no use. It is in a condition that is not capable of generating a reasonable economic return. The Old Post Hospital has had 3 different attempts at development and doesn't have many more chances. Without the historic preservation permit, we cannot move on to the PUD process where use will come into play. This is all needed in order to maintain this gem of a building and begin the important work of restoration. As you'll hear in the next two presentations, a lot of thoughtful decision-making, community discussion, and feedback, and diligent attempts for guidance from both the city staff and the Historic Preservation Commission went into this application. I've spent over 4 years of time, effort, and money to get to this point. I believe that we have not received fair consideration from city staff in the Historic Preservation Commission. I believe we have faced a number of conflicts of interest and process fouls along the way that resulted in our application being treated differently than similar applications and ultimately being denied. And I believe that once you hear the complete picture, you'll agree, regardless of any decision on the use of the property, our application was not treated fairly. The decision before you is challenging. I imagine you want to respect the work that city staff and the Volunteer Historic Preservation Commission have put into this process. But I also want you to consider that too many minds were made up about any opportunity for development at the fort, no matter how limited and how meaningful, long ago. And that those preconceived biases have resulted in a process that, despite our best efforts, have significantly impacted our ability to receive a fair consideration. If the HPC had told me that this project would be approved with some design contingencies and conditions, I would have worked with them to find a solution. In fact, I would have appreciated any suggestions that they had on the final plan. Instead, we came in with an application over 600 pages and there was not one question to the developer. How is that so? So I extend to the City Council the same thing that I expected from the Historic Preservation Commission: robust discussion and thoughtful questions in order to get this permit approved. I am more than happy to work with you to find a way to make this a successful project for the Missoula community and a lasting example of how adaptive reuse can succeed. As a resident, a business owner, a developer, taxpayer, and a citizen, I ask you to consider our presentation and ponder two questions. One, after hearing our experience with the city, is this what private property owners should be subject to when wanting to preserve and restore their historic buildings and spaces? And two, was this process truly fair to a group of individuals who worked for 4 years in good faith to win an approval for a historic preservation permit and were denied with little to no discussion, feedback, or opportunity to successfully revise the application? You have a lot on your plate, and so I genuinely appreciate your consideration for our appeal this evening. The next presenter will be Mark Sturmitz, who represents us in this matter, and then David Gray, our project system architect. Please observe our slides while we present. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, members of the council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about the law a little bit here. If you've heard the city attorney mention and staff the codes that apply to this consideration, and those were correctly listed. A major underpinning, however, of all that detailed regulatory criteria is due process of law. There's an old ad, probably is going to date me. Not just a good idea, it's the law, and it's a constitutional basis that has to be in everyone's mind during the entire process. And it's that due process of law and fairness that we feel that we had a problem with. And as you know, you have to find error on the part of the commission as part of your review here to overturn it. So we're not saying that there was a lack of due process and that's the only problem. There are specific errors in the way that our application was reviewed that's in our brief, and David Gray will talk about more of those when he talks here in a few minutes. On the screen, however, is the elephant in the room from our standpoint. We put this together to show connections between the members of the Historic Preservation Commission on the left and staff and our opponents in the large upper right-hand box there. You have employment relationships, you have familiar relationships, you have organizational relationships that we found just from public review What we don't know, and we could never possibly prove, because that would be proving a negative, is that none of these relationships had any impact on our project. And for reasons that I think will be apparent when you hear the public comments that we listed in our briefs, and that were evident in statements by the commission during the review process, it's going to be hard to come away from this without thinking that there was more going on than what we saw on the record in public meetings. So the legal basis for this, as I say, is due process. And if you go to the next slide, please. The other aspect that's more specific to the city is this legal opinion from Mr. Nugent from not that long ago, talking about the appearance of fairness, requiring decisions to be made by the decision makers who are neutral, impartial, objective, open-minded, and equitable. And I would submit to you that in this type of project where you're talking about design elements, some of which are pretty subjective, that it's critical that we dealt with staff and commission that had an open mind from the beginning. Instead, on the record, you'll see that that was not the case, that minds were predisposed to turning this project down. And just to emphasize the importance of this, Mr. Nugent's opinion states that this doctrine is that the decision must be fair and appear to be fair in order to be valid. And this has the force of law, by the way, until it's overturned. We do have the burden of proving, that there was error. And we have the burden of proving that we feel there was a due process problem here. We don't have the burden of proving that there were conversations between staff or between commission members and members of the public, commission members and our opponents, and commission members between themselves. Throughout this about 3-year process, we can't prove that. We don't know that. We asked the city for any email, any communication, any evidence of any call or communication between members of the commission and anyone else about this project, because that would be an ex parte communication. We got one email. And maybe that wouldn't be as odd as it seems were it not for the fact that when this decision was made, after all this process, after the application was submitted of 600 plus pages, the back and forth and everything else, it was denied with no debate unanimously. No questions of us at all. Is that because it was just such a terrible project that it didn't even merit a question? That's probably what our opponents would say, but that's not the truth. And you can see that for yourselves in the record. Early on, June of 2021, the meeting minutes show that there was question about whether commission members, were talking about either matters that were not within their jurisdiction, such as use, or having ex parte communications. And we mentioned this in our brief, and the city attorney tells us that there was some advice about that, and that the members understood their role, and after that there wasn't a problem. But I want to point your attention to one meeting in particular, May 4th, 2022. We talked about a meeting in March 31st of 21 in our brief. And so a year later, May 4th of 2022, when it came time for commission comments, Mr. Adler said he didn't know if use was within their purview. He wondered why we didn't go through the PUD process first. He talked about traffic. He talked about uses of the property being at odds with what's out there now. He suggested that the PUD process should have gone before we talked about things like, and this is what precipitated the discussion, roof materials. So that was his view of their role at the time, which you can scrutinize the design review statutes all you want, and you will see nothing about this sort of thing. Mr. Filicetti then echoed Mr. Adler's comments and turned to the use of trails. This discussion again about design went to use and trails. Mr. Watson then emphasized how important it was to provide access to private property. And Ms. Bickenhauser talked about the use being a big change, talked about office space versus recreation, and said use needed to be rediscussed. So if there had been a discussion with the commission a year earlier about the proper scope of their review, it didn't take. This problem of, from our standpoint, the commission looking at things beyond their jurisdiction and focusing on matters that will eventually, if our permit is approved, we'll get to, persists right up through this meeting. We're going to hear pretty soon from Save the Fort, which has been given 15 minutes of time to talk as an amicus party. I have not seen that before in this body. It may be the council's prerogative to do that, but why are we hearing only from one of the main opponents that we have, one that's organizing other opponents, and one that has been putting out inaccurate public information about our project? There are false narratives as part of this. We're dealing with public land, for one thing. This also becomes a culture war, like everything seems to so quickly these days. Elitists, rich developers from out of state. All of these sorts of things are designed to divide us and shift the debate from the actual law that's supposed to be applied here. Mr. Jones sent emails to Grizzly Hackle and Tumis, both tourist-oriented companies that if you could go to those slides, I'll just say in the interest of time, that involved stating virtually verbatim, we will be compelled to reciprocate in kind on matters of interest to Grizzly Hackle. If we continue to encounter advocacy for FAE Wolf by Thomas, we will be compelled to reciprocate in kind through these forums on matters of interest. These are just outright threats. And they're inappropriate and have no place in civil discourse. Next slide, please. Similarly, an email went out internally at the American Legion based on triggering from Mr. Jones about the out-of-state developer who, quote, wants to build apartments in the old post hospital. That's not on the table. That was never on the table. And as a veteran, I get kind of tired of people using veterans to accomplish their personal goals. This process has been tainted by these ongoing hints or outright statements that deal with things that are not part of the legitimate review process. Go to the next slide, please. What is also not said, you can keep going, is remarkable to me. There we go. There were no findings whatsoever by the staff or the Historic Preservation Commission that discuss the design standards that are in the law for the fort. There was similarly no mention anywhere of the standard of review, so to speak, for the Secretary of Interior standards. There's a statement in the city attorney's brief that states some of the language in that first section, but it's not in the record. There's no finding, there's no review, so the commission was somewhat adrift in that it's one thing to apply these specific criteria, but to not even recognize the context for doing that is legal error. I don't have much more time before I eat into David's presentation, so I'm going to end there, except I do want to say that this business about privatizing public land is particularly offensive because the standard that the city is applying, according to the city attorney, is now pretty much completely about open space and about the prairie out there. And we're talking about private property. And so I would say that far from privatizing public space, the reverse is occurring here if we're not careful. Lastly, there's a slide up there. Part of the false narrative is that we didn't do enough to, or do anything, if you listen to some people, to respond to staff's questions about adjustments or concessions. And that's a list there, of some of the things that were done. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sturmitz. All right. Mr. Gray, and I do want to be clear, we gave an hour for your presentation, and you're at almost just a little under 37 minutes. I just wanted you to know, make sure you had a time. You bet.
Right on the money.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I do apologize. There seems to be a presentation error with the slideshow stopping, so I'm not sure if the slideshow which should be running continuously, is just not being shown in the chamber, and it's being shown elsewhere. But I do have the slides numbered, and if I have to, I can tell you what number of slide that we are on to help out. So, hello. My name is David V. Gray, G-R-A-Y. I am the principal architect and president of DVG Architecture and Planning, PC.
David, I can't hear him.
How about now? Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Can I move this?
I believe so. That I think might be somebody with the press. I think it's fine to set it there. Is that right? Is that somebody from the media who's... You good?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay. I have practiced architecture. I'm the principal architect and president of DVG Architecture and Planning, PC, established in 2013. I have practiced architecture for 30 years in Missoula. I have attended MSU to study architecture, and I have received a Bachelor of Architecture and a Master's of Architecture. I have 7 historic preservation awards, including the Tommy Lou Warden Award for Outstanding Historic Preservation for my work on the Radio Central building in 2023. I would like to set the record straight about some truths and fictions that may have reached your email inbox or ear concerning this project. This proposed project is first and foremost a historic preservation project and not a greedy land grab by an out-of-state developer looking to make a buck on the back of Missoula's history. The local owner and his family are trying to make the restoration and preservation of the old post hospital financially feasible. This development is not a luxury residential housing subdivision at the fort. It is, in fact, not a subdivision, but a mixed-use community with services identified by 15-plus outreach sessions with constituents, users, groups at the fort. It is a mix of pedestrian-oriented open spaces using City of Beautiful goals with open space, park space, plazas, urban trees, with buildings having planting beds along their foundations with broad tree-lined boulevards and sidewalks for the community to enjoy. The residential development being provided is to lessen the housing crisis of the city with equitable and accessible housing options, which include workforce housing, subsidized by the property owner. The various levels of housing prices to meet the needs of a growing community. Outreach sessions identified that the fort was left predominantly unattended when 300 to 400 civil employees left at the end of the workday. leaving the fort vulnerable to vandals and the unhoused. The Old Post Hospital can attest to this, as vandals has made it their mission to destroy and vandalize the Old Post Hospital since 2019, which has required the installation of a protective temporary fence and security services at the Old Post Hospital site. In looking at the timeline, the history of the Old Post Hospital leading to the state of decay and neglect present on the parcel is as follows. 1947, the Old Post Hospital closed at the close of the internment camp and was abandoned. 1960, the Army looked at making the building usable, and the cost was deemed to be $50,000 at the time. This is $508,000 in purchasing power in today's dollars. The building was determined to be government surplus and was put up for sale. Senator Mansfield wrote the bill to sell the hospital to private property. In 1963, the Old Post Hospital property was sold into private ownership to be developed by the growing city to meet its economic needs. Western Montana Comprehensive Development Center has been the owner of the property since that time. 1996, the city of Missoula annexed the property into the city and placed an institution public land zoning by default on the privately owned property, which stopped the use of offices being permitted out at the fort. This limits the income generating potential of the land and buildings, leading to the long-term decay present at the fort, with 6 vacant historic resources. 4 of these decaying historic resources have crossed the point of financial feasible restoration. Building 9, which is the Old Post Hospital, 14 and 16 with past restoration attempts failing, and probably Building 69, which has decayed significantly since 2019. 2012, the Western Montana Comprehensive Development Center parcel, which houses the Western Montana Mental Health Center, decided to try to save the Old Post Hospital with a use allowed in the underlying zoning, which was expanding the medical facility to treat patients suffering from chemical addiction. The project was not a court-ordered facility and would most likely treat middle-aged women addicted to prescription drugs, as that was the largest demographic of the population seeking voluntary treatment at the time. The mental health center director stated, "The need for treatment facilities like this one planned for the fort is so acute that locals travel to treatment centers hundreds of miles away. The need is staggering. There was 2 additions that were well designed and matched the old hospital aesthetic and pattern of the Old Post Hospital. Tate Jones, working with Save the Fort, pressured the Historic Preservation Commission to not approve the historic preservation permit, which would have allowed the restoration of the hospital. Tate Jones made the statement, "It has become a respectable historic park, and it is unheard of to provide social services in a historic park. It is simply not done." March 12, 2012, Missoula Independent. I would like to point out, at the same time, at Lowell School, the Lowell School Health Center, located in the historic West Side Park and built at that time, proves social services are provided in historic parks and are positive amenities to the community. There was another attempt to save the hospital in 1996. I have some information on the timeline about that. In 2018, the Old Post Hospital is listed for sale again. In 2019, May, design team reaches out to Emily Shearer, the Historic Preservation Officer, to see if an adaptive reuse project should be included, which would include office and residential uses, has a path forward at the fort. Mrs. Shearer provided information on the lack of historic grants to pay for the restoration effort of the Old Post Hospital, but there were zoning options to make the project feasible. After this, the owner made an offer to purchase the property. 2021 of January, boundary line relocation was added. January boundary line relocation to add more economic feasible development to pay for the Old Post Hospital restoration. February 21 to May of 22, multiple Historic Preservation Commission meetings, staff meetings to collaboratively create the development on the site, taking into consideration pattern, texture, density, massing of the project for a successful and responsible project. Minimal feedback from the Historic Preservation Commission documented by Tress Birds in 1/5/22 PRT meeting minutes, FAE 5146-5150, DVG Architecture and Planning takes over the application process and finds the Historic Preservation Commission avoids giving feedback to applicants' questions about aesthetics, building concepts, and finishes. The Historic Preservation Commission appears to want DVG Architecture and Planning to start the process all over again without recognition of years of effort by the members of the design team and the owner. July 22nd to March 2023, 9 months and multiple application submissions to the Historic Preservation Officer for review and determination of sufficiency. The design team is faced with a moving target of what is required for a complete application with archaeological report and surveys added above what is required above other projects at the fort. Excessive planning information is required to be included above what is required by other applications for historic preservation permit, singling out my client for unequal treatment, imaginary fence posts, fence footings, and a historic preservation officer not knowing what is required for an archaeological report she determined was necessary, extending the review process months and added tens of thousands of dollars to the application process. Let me explain what is envisioned for the site, important considerations the design team paid particular attention to, and the errors of the Historic Preservation Officer in her staff report. The Historic Preservation Officer in the 5.2 staff report erred concerning pattern, texture, density, building color, roof forms, dominance of the Old Post Hospital, historic landscape, architectural period context, core of the fort, building massing, Appendix A compliance, Secretary of Interior compliance, and the following is why. The Old Post Hospital is a 3.5-story, 20,000 square foot mission revival monolith of a building. The main floor is 4 feet above grade with high ceilings in the basement, first floor, second floor, and the third floor, which is partially within the roof slope. These tall stories and plinth base means the building is 50+ feet tall. That is the same height as a radio building parapet when you look from the street as an example of scale. No new building on the site comes close in size, mass, or height. In front of the Old Post Hospital are 2 large open parks, each encircled by a grove of mature trees. The front park-like yards, sidewalks, and trees are part of the City Beautiful movement that occurred at the fort. To quote the historic resource and the park's design process, Fort Missoula Regional Recreational Complex document prepared by Western Cultural Inc., published in 2008, a historic landscape is produced when human interactions with the land leaves traces of historically significant use. The historical landscape of the front yard, side yards, and the presence of the Old Post Hospital in context to the pedestrian and public realm of the fort will remain preserved. With this application, this is how the historic landscape of the Old Post Hospital is being preserved. The Old Post Hospital's parcel listed in the historic district is substantially smaller than what is shown in the application. This west property line was just on the other side of the trees of the Western Grove. There's a line on the slide. The pattern of development along Lieutenant Moss Road was building an entrance facing the street, sometimes porches and entry elements. The trees align with the streets. The City Beautiful movement boulevards stop at the east side of the hospital parcel. This application is proposing to continue this movement 1 block to the western boundary of the site. This is preserving the landscape and enhancing the new development area to match the pattern of the core of the district. Appendix A, which is the design guidelines, suggests new development approach the design from the pedestrian perspective, which the application has. The new commercial buildings are outside of the core and original Old Post Hospital property boundary will match the pattern of the district with building setbacks meeting the underlying zone, pedestrian boulevards, sidewalks, landscape elements, courts or plazas, and open public green space. Access through the sites to future trail systems on the Board of Regents land along the river is provided as requested by the Historic Preservation Commission. 5 of the new buildings are located off of the Old Post Hospital site defined in the Historic District nomination. This is intentional to preserve the historic landscape, Old Post Hospital dominance on its historic site, and meet the Secretary of Interior requirements. The Historic Preservation Officer stated she wanted to know how the architecture of the new development would not dominate the Old Post Hospital in the PRT meeting 1522 FAE 5146-5150. The only constant in this vicinity of the fort has been changed by successive errors of significance. The Old Post Hospital is the only Mission Revival architecture south of the core, or area of highest historical integrity. The vicinity is dominated by the CCC and World War II eras. No historic preservation permit application has been required to meet the 1910-1912 Mission Revival style of architecture since 2012. These projects include 9 new buildings constructed in the original nomination boundary. If you would please reference slide 14 in FAE 0008218. And that is this slide right here. Every dot is a new building built in the historic district. On the screen, we have included some of the buildings as proof. These are the new buildings. Nothing there is historical renovation. The metal building is one of the newest buildings built out at the fort. 1910-1912 Mission Revival elements were borrowed in a manner to not falsify history, which is a requirement of Appendix A and the Secretary of Interior standards. The Mission Revival period is defined as roof eaves with exposed rafters, extended well beyond the walls on many of the buildings, minimal surface ornamentation with I lost my spot. Roof eaves, exposed rafters well beyond the buildings. Minimal surface ornamentation was used, consisting primarily of plain string courses that outline gables, balconies, and windows in the 1987 nomination. What is plain to the observer was the punched window openings, no corner, window, or door trims, and a very minimalist approach to wall ornamentation. These character features were used in some new buildings. The CCC era is the most prevalent architecture in this portion of the campus, so their pattern and texture of the siding, roofing, and trims were used. As you can clearly see on the slides, the color of the residential buildings are earth tone to blend into the landscape and be less obtrusive. There are pictures in the slide that's above you right now that show the residential buildings, and they're barely visible. The commercial buildings are intended to be in a shade of white for the body color, as the 1910-1912 Mission Revival era buildings are white, light green, light tan, green, red, and yellow. The design team strove to capture the essence of the historical architectural language along Lieutenant Moss Road as it could be associated with the core of the fort, a block away. The southern residential structures changed to a Mission Revival-inspired minimalist ornamentation, no trims, and with gable roofs. These changes in architectural style limit the dominance of a new single style of architecture and allows the massive Old Post Hospital Mission Revival structure to maintain primacy on the parcel. The development has less density than what is allowed in the underlying zone and matches the density of the neighbor immediately to the west, and is less dense than the neighbor immediately to the east, making it regulatory and historically appropriate. Commercial Building 1, located in proximity of 2 CCC era historic resources, number 210 and 214 in the northwest corner of the parcel along Lieutenant Moss Road. The Historic Preservation Officer erred in her 5.2 staff report concerning pattern, texture, porch historical context, view, setbacks, roof forms, core of the fort, Appendix A compliance, and did not recognize alternate materials included in the application. And the following is why the view shed from the point designated in the historic district nomination is not affected by this building. Please reference slide 14, FAE 008218, which is that one. The hip roof forms of this building borrow from the 1910-1912 Mission Revival, and the CCC era, which are in the immediate area as recommended by Appendix A. The open porch borrows from the pattern of other historic resources, number 9, which is the Old Post Hospital, 27 and 33, in the vicinity of the core, marked in red with green perimeter or just green color on the map in the slide. That's in the upper right-hand corner, and provides a welcoming transition for pedestrians strolling the city beautiful inspired boulevards being installed along Lieutenant Moss Road. The siding and roofing textures, materials, are borrowed from the CCC era and are not modern or contemporary in their design. We do have alternate materials called out, which include tile roofing from the 1910-1912 era. The windows match the pattern of the adjacent CCC era buildings. The massing of this small one-story building is similar to Historic Resource 12 and 210 and does not change the primacy of the Old Post Hospital. Commercial building number 2 is located in proximity of the Old Post Hospital, Historic Resource number 9, in the north central location of the parcel along Lieutenant Moss Road. The Historic Preservation Officer erred in her 5.2 staff report concerning pattern, texture, porch historical context, view, setback, roof forms, core of the fort, Appendix A compliance, and did not recognize the alternate materials included in the application. And the following is why. The view shed from the point designated in the Historic District nomination is not affected by the building. Please reference side 14, which is over here. FAE 008218. The hip roof forms and the dormers for this building borrow from the 1910-1912 Mission Revival era Historic Resource number 2733 in Officer Row in the Historic District as recommended by Appendix A. The open porch borrows the pattern of other historic resources number 2, 28 through 32 in the core and provides a welcoming transition to pedestrians strolling the city beautiful inspired boulevards being installed along the Lieutenant Moss Road. The siding and roofing textures, materials, are borrowed from the CCC era and are not modern or contemporary in their design. We do have alternate materials called out, and which include tile roofing from the 1910-1912 era. The windows match the adjacent 1910-1912 Mission Revival era building, number 9, the Old Post Hospital, and 24 and 26, which are the barracks. The massing of the medium-sized one-story building is similar to Historic Resource number 2, which is Heritage Hall, and number 30, and does not challenge the primacy of the Old Post Hospital. This building does not extend into the first existing view of the Old Post Hospital along Lieutenant Moss Road. Please reference A 0.3 in the application. Old Post Hospital is located in the middle, east, and northeast section of the parcel along Lieutenant Moss Road and Sergeant Sanders. The Historic Preservation Officer erred on her determination on historic landscape, dominant style, relationship, and the following is why. As listed in the application, this building will be started in phase 1 of the project. This building is proposed to have an elevator installed that will match the Old Post Hospital. The existing and new buildings on the original Old Post Hospital site will maintain 88% open space when completed. The relationship to the land for the specific rehabilitation project of the Old Post Hospital will be very minor per Secretary of Interior standards. Most of the landscape will be preserved and in character. The new buildings on the parcel will be located further from the Old Post Hospital than current buildings are from the Old Post Hospital, and that is considered preserving the relationship of the Old Post Hospital with adjoining buildings and the landscape and the Secretary of Interior standards. The statement on how to apply the Secretary of Interior 10 standards was inaccurate by the Historic Preservation Officer. Please see the brief, and reasonable manner is the first requirement in determining how to review a project. The location of the new elevator on the west side of the Old Post Hospital is the most reasonable as it ties directly into the circulation space within the building, preserving spaces, alterations of features, and special relationships within the building per the Secretary of Interior standards. The Old Post Hospital is currently the only Mission Revival structure on the site which contains 3 buildings. The other 2 buildings are CCC era and are the majority era style represented on the site. The community building is located behind the Old Post Hospital and as our homage to the Lost Garage. It is on the Old Post Hospital nomination site, but is further away from the Old Post Hospital than all current buildings on the site, preserving the relationship the Old Post Hospital has with its historic surroundings. The view shed from the point designated in the historic district nomination is not affected by this building. The hip roof forms of this building borrow from the CCC era. The building has a traditional horizontal siding, trims, windows, and pedestrian doors. This building and plaza are an alternate and may not be constructed depending on the cost and municipal requirements that could make it financially infeasible. Residential buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4 are located predominantly on the adjoining land outside of the Old Post Hospital property in the historic nomination. Residential building 4 is on the Old Post Hospital nomination site, but is farther away than all current buildings on the site, preserving the relationship the Old Post Hospital has with its historic surroundings. The Historic Preservation Officer erred in her 5.2 staff report concerning pattern, texture, roof form, massing, architectural influence, Appendix A compliance, and the following is why. The view shed from the point designated in the Historic District nomination is not affected by this building. The gable roof forms of these buildings borrow from the 1910-1912 Mission Revival era historic resources number 14 and 16 immediately east of the site, and the CC era building number 12 on the site as recommended by Appendix A. Gable roof forms are the most common of all roof types in the historic district. These buildings are screened from the public streets and boulevards by being placed behind the parking facilities, plazas, groves, commercial, and historic buildings. Figure ground studies shown to the Historic Preservation Officer and the Historic Preservation Commission showed that these buildings create a pattern of development common at the fort. The siding and roofing materials, texture materials are borrowed from the Mission Revival era of buildings 2, 14, 16, and CCC era building 203, 80 feet from Parade Ground 2. The pattern and design of these equitable and accessible homes is strongly influenced by the 1910-1912 Mission Revival era. With their minimal surface ornamentation, punched windows, lack of corner, window, and door trims, the eaves are from the CCC and World War era. The facade fenestration was run by the Historic Preservation Officer for alternative compliance approval, as historic buildings do not have the same percentage of glazing as what is required in municipal standards. The Historic Preservation Officer could have required changes to siding pattern, eaves, and other design elements, during that review, but she chose not to. The massing of these medium-sized two-story buildings is similar to historic resources at Officer Row in verticality, but not footprint, as these buildings are considerably smaller. Residential buildings 1, 2, and 3 face the street with open porches and stoops. The residential building 4 faces the plaza and common building, a park-like space. It is not visible from the public street in proximity of the historic core and has the highest degree of equitable residential pricing options for accessible workforce housing. This building and the common building screen the use of the Old Post Hospital's open space from the Regent's land where the sweat lodges are located, ensuring privacy to the native people and their ceremonial practices. Demolition of the garage shed. This building is located behind the Old Post Hospital and is in terrible condition, past the point of financial feasibility to restore. The design team originally hoped to preserve and move it to where the community center building is located. Through the rigorous and extensive process, the cost to preserve the building was discovered to be financially infeasible by a third-party consultant and contractor. The purpose of the feasibility study is to provide information as to whether the structure is capable of generating a reasonable economic return if preserved, restored, and rehabilitated. Provision 1. A cost statement from an engineer was provided, an analysis of the integrity of the building, which came back as poor and overstressed, 1,500% overstressed, actually. Number 2, an economic feasibility statement was completed by Thomas G. Stevens, MAI, SRA of Stevens and Company, and Metal Arc Construction Builders. Please see the application. 2, the submittal requirements, 9A and B, whether the structure will maintain a viable economic life and whether the structure is capable in generating a reasonable economic return if preserved, restored, and rehabilitated. The Historic Preservation Commission's conclusion is an error, and this is why. My client and I agree with Historic Preservation Officer recommendations, and we feel the Historic Preservation Commission did not follow the requirements of the code in their determination, as this building is shown to not have a reasonable economic return. 9C, whether the applicant has made a bona fide effort to find a reasonable alternative that would result in the preservation, renovation, or rehabilitation of the structure. The Historic Preservation Commission's conclusion is in error, and this is why. Title 2085-085J 10C, bona fide attempt to rent, sell, and relocate resources. The intent of listing the structure is to ensure that parties interested in saving the structure, as opposed to demoing it, are alerted and offered a time period to purchase it. The building was listed in 2 independent listings, and nobody made an offer to save it. Parties interested in saving the structure were notified, and they were offered a time period to purchase it, and they didn't. The historic preservation portion of the municipal code has a purpose and intent, which at times can be overlooked or ignored. The historic project is one of those. This project is one of those times staff and city boards have done so, and specifically in items A through F in historic preservation permit intent listed in this and the following slides. A, promote the safeguard of city's heritage, or do not delay the application and facilitate the further decaying of the Old Post Hospital. B, enhance the city's ability to visually convey its history. A preserved Old Post Hospital does this, but a fallen down, dilapidated Old Post Hospital does not. C, stipulate revitalization and enhance property values in the city. This would be public and private properties, which saving the Old Post Hospital and revitalizing the property would do. D, increase the economic and financial benefit to the city and its inhabitants. If an unusable shell of a building can generate $45,000 in property taxes per year, what would a restored Old Post Hospital, commercial buildings, community center, and 16 new residential dwelling units generate an increased economic and financial benefit to the city? C, attract tourists and visitors to the city. In place of a dilapidated and falling down, failing building, tourists could experience plaza space, outdoor gathering space, trails, a walkable neighborhood with new services identified by public outreach efforts of the project team. F, promote civic and neighborhood pride and a sense of identity. There are 6 abandoned historic resources, unhoused camping, and vandalism in the neighborhood. Maybe this project would promote civic pride and attract some funds to save these resources and the neighborhood. 2085-085, Historic Preservation Permit. Intent. The purpose of this chapter is to establish a uniform procedure for the identification, protection, enhancement, perpetuation, and use of historic resources within the city. Before you on the floor, I have Fort Missoula's locomotive shelter application on the left. In the center, I have the Fort Missoula Barracks application. And on the right, I have the Old Post Hospital application for historic preservation permit. Does this look like a uniform procedure to you? Definitions are also an important part in defining what terms mean, so they are interpreted uniformly by staff, boards, the public, and applicants. On the screen are some of the specific definitions that are in the historic preservation chapter, as the code wants to make it very clear what is required of all parties. Consultation, economic hardship, unreasonable, I'll let you read them yourselves. Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation also addresses terms and concepts to ensure uniform and comprehensive, cohesive principles are used in the enforcement of the standards. The Historic Preservation Officer didn't quite quote the Secretary of Interior standards correctly in her staff report or instruction to the Historic Preservation Commission. In the 10 requirements to be considered, as the following was not included. The standard states, the standards are to be applied to specific rehabilitation projects in a reasonable manner, taking into consideration economic and technical feasibility. The Historic Preservation Officer erred in not including specific rehabilitation, as it would be difficult to justify some of her findings if you could only address a specific rehabilitation of restoring the Old Post Hospital, in which the standard applies. What was also omitted was in a reasonable manner, taking into consideration economic and technical feasibility. This entire development is built on the principles of economic and technical feasibility, as the cost to restore and preserve the Old Post Hospital is greater than its ability to create a reasonable economic return. My client has not been proposing to demolish the building, so proving the economic return is not a requirement by a third party, as that creates an economic hardship for many citizens and is unreasonable, as all work greater in scope than maintenance, repair on siding and windows falls within the requirements of a historic preservation permit. My client and the design team members made a bona fide effort to comply with all regulation, input from staff, the Historic Preservation Commission, through multiple consultations, meeting with staff, Historic Preservation Commission, public outreach, and open houses. Historic Resources and Parks Design Process, Fort Missoula Regional Recreational Complex, written by Western Cultural Center, Inc., published in 2008, includes some valuable guidance. That study is what was used to wipe out the rural prairie character of the fort when the park was put in. The regional park was put in. That's when all of the historic prairie style was removed. It was also done the exact same time the district was expanded and the landscape became so important. The historic landscape at the fort was defined, and when describing the historic landscape and its context, the report goes on to state, the historic landscape at Fort Missoula is a reflection of major historic periods, with each subsequent historic landscape altering the previous subsequent historic landscape. However, examining the larger picture of the historic landscape reveals that each historic period altered the historic landscape created by the previous historic period. The historic landscape at Fort Missoula is, in reality, a blend of mixture of historic periods and historic landscapes. The era significance of the current fort is defined as the contemporary development 1970 to present in the 1987 Historic District nomination, and is based on the City of Missoula's report, Consistent Historic Landscape is, in reality, a blend of mixture of historic periods and historic landscapes, which includes the current period's landscape. These new buildings at the fort contribute to the current period's landscape, with further expansions of the City Beautiful ideals, which found physical expression in the urban design with public and semi-public buildings, civic centers, a park and boulevard system. In closing, the city is watching what is involved for a private property owner trying to save his historic buildings, land, and landscape. The soft costs and property taxes on his historic resource costing him in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, while no reasonable economic return is being allowed by the process, city staff, Historic Preservation Commission. This development is proving to many in the public, historic preservation is not worth the effort, cost, and heartache, which will cause our cultural history to be lost one building at a time. Dang it, missed it. One building at a time, unless you, the city council, can stop that with approval and backing of this beneficial historic preservation permit to help save and restore the Old Post Hospital. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Well done on your timing. Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. We've now wrapped up the appellant's presentation. It's a lot of information, and I'm really sincere in the fact that you were pretty spot on 1 hour. Well done. You were 1 minute over, and I was certainly not going to cut you off on the very end there. That was absolutely. All right. So, going back to our work plan, we now, let's give a few minutes for people to get settled in here. So we have now a Save the Fort presentation for 15 minutes, and so are there representatives from Save the Fort that will be coming up to speak to this item? Come on up to the microphone. Make sure you go ahead and identify yourself, and that microphone does adjust. It's a little bit wonky, but bring it on down. For folks in the audience, I did request that you get close to the microphone if you can, or just speak loudly enough that folks can hear your presentation.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Leah Trahan. It's Trahan. And I'm here with my colleague Ross Keogh from Parsons, Bailey, and Latimer on behalf of Save the Fort. And we did submit a brief last week, so I'll try not to rehash too much. And Ross will have a few comments as well. I also won't repeat what Ms. Johnson or Attorney Sudbury went over today, so I will try to make good use of your time. I want to address developers' assertions that HPC's decision lacked discussion. I attended several of the hearings at issue and also watched additional hearings and of course read the detailed staff reports and correspondence, and I'm not sure what process the developer is talking about, but what I issued was not a lack of discussion, and I would just urge you to watch the videos and see how thoughtful members of the commission were and how well they participated in the process. I really think you would be proud of the way that they engaged with the developer. And I do want to point out the ultimate decision was made after multiple meetings and communications with the developer, as outlined in our brief, and developer here seems to be ignoring that occurred and ignoring the details laid out in the staff report and now claiming that this decision was made in a vacuum. I want to talk about developer citations to 2022 city attorney legal opinion stating that a land use decision must be fair and appear fair in order to be valid. There are additional city attorney's office legal opinions that flesh out exactly how that standard is applied. In particular, there's one from 2018, which goes over the fact that the standard in Montana requires a petitioner to show that the body's mind was irrevocably closed in order to invalidate the decision on that front. And I think in this case, the record makes very clear that the commissioner's opinions, their minds were not irrevocably closed, and so that's really an inappropriate basis to invalidate their decision. And developer has admitted that it does not and cannot meet this standard because it does not know if there was any impropriety, and so I think I would also point out that the Montana Supreme Court case that's cited in our brief, Madison River RV versus Town of Ennis, goes over this irrevocably closed standard. And they also cite to a U.S. Supreme Court case which held that FTC members who entertained personal views as a result of their prior ex parte investigations into a cement pricing system were not disqualified from presiding in an unfair trade proceeding regarding the same cement pricing system. In other words, the bar here is very high to show bias, and being an expert in a field that's relevant to the adjudicatory proceedings in this circumstance is just not enough to invalidate their decision. Developer also claims his due process rights were violated. As he correctly notes, due process is satisfied so long as a person has notice and an opportunity to be heard. Developer didn't cite a single case, and I'm not aware of any, where due process would be violated when a petitioner was granted multiple meetings with the decision maker and multiple hearings. I would also note that one of the cases cited by developer, Montanans for Justice versus McGrath, the Montana Supreme Court actually rejected the petitioner's due process challenge, saying it wasn't a surprise attack just because the petitioner didn't get all the process they wanted, and the same is true here. Petitioner brings up a 2021 meeting discussing use, and I took an opportunity to watch this meeting, and I would again encourage you to watch the various meetings because I do not feel that it was appropriately represented. For one of the quotations attributed to Mr. Adler was also him quoting from a member of the public. Sorry, skipping over some things so I'm not retreading ground and I'm respecting your time here. Developer also cited a city attorney legal opinion regarding the potential for ex parte communications to violate requirements that meetings be noticed and open to the public. But the legal standard goes on to say courts generally hold that ex parte contacts will invalidate an administrative zoning decision only where the contacts or communications involved are such as to substantially prejudice the affected party's right to notice or fair hearing. And again, developer just has not met that standard. I will not belabor the point regarding design criteria. I think staff already did an excellent job with that. I would just finally point out that Attorney Sudbury suggested there were multiple options for you. I think given the record before you and the HPC's valiant attempts to work with developer and developer's failure to meet his burden there, that the only appropriate course of action here would be to uphold the HPC's decisions. And I'll
Thank you, members of the commission, Madam Mayor. My name is Ross Keogh. I'm an attorney here at Parsons, Bailey & Latimer. I have the privilege of working with developers on both historic preservation projects, also new development, and very closely with the city. And the characterizations that you've heard today about the developer's process, which were not made under oath, are simply inaccurate and untrue. This is not a developer that is coordinated and collaborated with the community. This is not a developer that was willing to sit down. This developer was not even willing to sit down with our clients and discuss potential changes or alterations or ways to save that building. I speak from experience. I've been involved in many historic preservation projects and have seen developers work directly with our community to figure out solutions, and this developer has not. I don't think your decision here is very hard. You're either going to reward this type of behavior where a developer refuses to work with your volunteer board and your excellent staff and your community on finding a project that reflects Missoula's values, or you're going to send a signal that most developers already know and appreciate that we do things collaboratively here in Missoula. And so I encourage you, in that context, in the context of the record before you, to simply adopt and approve the work that the HPC has already done here. I think if you dig into the facts, you'll continue to find inconsistencies. One place in particular is just the amount of property taxes. Just alone from the developer's team, I heard $45,000, I heard $100,000, and I heard several $100,000. I don't know if the developer even actually understands what their property tax burden is. I heard that they were not from out of state. Yet it's true that it's a Colorado LLC that holds title to the property. These are all things that as you peel it back and you look at the record, you're going to see that your staff and the HPC did a very good job working through the record and ultimately denying an application that didn't meet the caliber and quality that was expected. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate and hope and look forward to you rejecting this application and not rewarding this behavior. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Is there anyone else from the Save the Fort presentation before we move on to public comment, which we may take a recess ahead of time? Okay, just checking. Looking around, my colleagues here, how you feeling? Should we move on to public comment before we, do you guys want to take a break? Sorry, Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Can we have a quick show of hands? Would it be okay if we signaled how many people are planning on giving public comment? I think that might inform how long we want to go before our next break.
I think that's a great idea. All right. Good suggestion, Councilor Anderson. By show of hands in the room, of course, we've got folks online as well. How many folks intend to give public comment this evening? Okay. Would you like to take a break? Okay. We're going to take a very quick restroom break. 5 minutes so we can all get onto it. 5 minutes.
bet. Yeah. All right. How you doing? Hanging in there? Get a little stretch in. You want some jelly beans? Why don't you have them? Yeah? I just chewed some gum to like get the sugar out of my teeth. Oh, please, thank you. God, I'm bad about this. I need like a little checklist. There will, absolutely. Yes, there will. That's next. That's next. That could be answered potentially by the 19th. Yeah, okay, right on, thank you. Yeah. She went to get a soda. We'll give it just a second till she gets back in here, and then. Yeah, no kidding. I was like, how much did it cost to print these babies out? Yeah, it is a doctoral thesis. It truly is a doctoral thesis, though. I mean, it's true. No. Really? Ouch. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Sorry. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. I was just making sure we had all council members. Oh, good, I see him. All right. Sorry, I couldn't get a view on everybody. Thanks, everybody. It's a long meeting tonight. I appreciate everybody's patience and everybody's goodwill. We'll go ahead and we will start public comment. As a reminder, we are interested in hearing everybody's public comment, so if we can stop conversation in the back, please. And we're going to keep comments to 3 minutes or less. And as a reminder that I understand that issues are heated, we try to make respectful comments. And also, just as a reminder that we are making public comments in regards to what is being considered as part of this appeal this evening. This appeal hearing is in regards to the Historic Preservation Commission's denial of 2 historic preservation permits in regard to historic character of the proposed project, not use. And I know that's difficult when we talk about what the proposed uses are. Those would be considered at a later date should the project move forward, and that be considered in a planned unit development rezoning hearing. Okay, so with that, please say your name and spell your last name for the record, please. Go right ahead. Oh, sorry.
I am.
There we go. One more time. Start over for me,
Gerard
please.
Behrens, Berens. I am the treasurer of Save the Fort since 1994, and this is the fourth time that we've gone through this type of procedure where someone is trying to develop housing at the fort. We are proposed to this housing, and if the development is approved, it sets a precedent of opening the floodgates for more housing and commercial development at the fort. It represents the proverbial camel's nose under the tent, and this would just cause the floodgates of more development coming. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Go right ahead, sir.
My name's Dennis Gordon, and I'm with Save the Fort. I handed everybody a couple of pages, one of the cover of the Missoula City Public Works Standard, and the other one is a map of the inner fort. Did everybody have one of these for reference?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. The process a developer must follow to gain approval by the City Council for his townhouse development is to first meet the guidelines of the Missoula Public Works Manual and have his road infrastructure in place before building. He must incorporate into his project the guidelines for public safety as found in Chapter 7's Transportation System. But Mr. Wolf is asking you to approve his 16-unit condo project with no road infrastructure. On March 31st last year, Wolf told the Missoula Current that his development would cater to hundreds of workers at the fort, along with those who utilize the regional park and the athletic fields. With no infrastructure of his own in place, he will utilize the narrow inner perimeter private road, which lacks all the safety features as found in Chapter 7 of that manual. This racetrack-shaped road has not been maintained since it was first constructed decades ago. It lacks curbs, sidewalks, crosswalks, gutters, with no street lighting to illuminate the darkness, and its asphalt surface is disintegrating. Today, the road carries few vehicles. Those who drive it cautiously and courteously, with the expectation that a pedestrian may be just around the corner. Because it's a quiet, safe place for recreation, for decades it has been used by many seniors who walk their pets on the road, or by a young mother strolling her baby, or by a couple teaching their child how to ride a bicycle. It is also safe for 4th of July parades, bicycle races, and 5K runs. I have seen all of this during my 20 years as a volunteer at the fort. But this will end if Wolf takes over this private road to service the occupants of his development. Chapter 7 addresses private streets in this way. Private streets shall be designed and constructed to city standards. So between tonight and February 22nd, when you make your final decision on this project, you must go to the fort and drive this inner perimeter road. Imagine your young child or elderly parent walking this quiet road. Then reimagine it is being overwhelmed by vehicles from Wolf's condo development and from traffic that he will draw in from the regional park and athletic fields. It chills me to say this, but I truly believe if you approve Wolf's project and he takes over the antiquated road system, it is a matter of time before you will have blood on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, come on up.
Hi, my name is Dan Hall. I've been working professionally in historic preservation in Montana for 35 years. I was recently the lead author of the Fort Missoula National Register of Historic Places nomination when we expanded the district 12 years ago. It warms my heart to see so much discussion tonight about the historic landscape. The landscape is here at Fort Missoula. It's vibrant and it tells a compelling story. As part of this process, I had the opportunity to watch the developers present their plans to the Preservation Commission. I had the opportunity to review the staff report prepared by the Preservation Officer. I had a chance to read the record of decision from the Historic Preservation Commission, and I can tell you they got it right. Elizabeth's report is grounded in a firm understanding of the National Register, of the Secretary of Interior standards. It shows an understanding of the Fort Missoula overlay and of the historic qualities that are present at Fort Missoula. I would urge you to deny the developer's request to overturn the HBC decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Ronald Wakimoto, W-A-K-I-M-O-T-O, and I'm here representing the Japanese American Confinement Site Consortium that sent a letter to this council back in May of 23, and I certainly hope you'll read that. When I joined the UM faculty back in 1982, a friend on the faculty said, hey, there's something out at Fort Missoula that has to do with the Japanese during World War II. He didn't know what that was, but he said you ought to go check it out. So I went out there and I found a photo. I found a photo showing Japanese businessmen in suits and hats walking through the front gate of Fort Missoula behind a 10-foot tall chain link fence with barbed wire at the top. And the caption at Fort Missoula said, these are Japanese businessmen, or Issei, first generation in the United States, who were community leaders. They didn't do anything wrong. They were community leaders, but they were rounded up by the FBI after December 7th in Pearl Harbor. And I thought about it, and my grandfather in the Central Valley of California was also a very important farmer, very influential in the community. And I went home and I called my mom, you know, hey Mom, wasn't Pop with you guys in Rower? Rower is an American concentration camp in Arkansas where my parents met in 1942. And she blurted back, oh hell no, he was in prison in Bismarck, North Dakota. I now know that that is Fort Lincoln. You have to understand that these Issei were not allowed to become American citizens. If you were Asian, you couldn't become an American citizen, a naturalized one, until 1952. So that's why they rounded these guys up. That's why I do the interpretation of the Alien Detention Center at Fort Missoula as a volunteer. The director of the National Park Service referred to the fort as the most intact incarceration site in a camp in the United States. Most people don't realize that here in Missoula, it is the #1 incarceration camp. It's the only one that's left. The ones for the Issei, the Justice Department camps, they're lucky to be a plaque on the ground. The other 30 of them or so. We're the only one left. Here at Missoula, the hospital was very important because the average age of the Issei that were brought here was 60 years old. My own grandfather was 67 when they took him to Bismarck, North Dakota in the middle of February of 42. I'm going to conclude by reading the part of that letter here and finish up. In recent years, there has been a rise in Asian hate, which further illustrates the importance of places like Fort Missoula, which is a national and international site of conscience. We must assure that these spaces continue to be preserved and used for education so that the evidence of wrongs perpetrated against legal residents during wartime can never happen again. We urge you to deny the developer's request to insert residential development at the post-hospital site. We respectfully request no further consideration of residential development within Fort Missoula and the historic environs. We ask that you assure that Fort Missoula remain intact and unaltered as a reminder of the history of Japanese Issei internment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wakimoto.
Good evening. For the record, Diane Sands, SANDS. I'm a historian and former project director at the Historical Museum with responsibility for the both acquiring of the old post headquarters and the historic preservation of that building. But I'm speaking here tonight as an individual. I am a member of the board for the Friends of Fort Missoula as well, the Historical Museum. I want to bring into this room a different group of people. Ron, I think, started to do that, but when it became known that this proposal was out there, many of the descendants of the men who were held here wanted to be heard. This room, if we were in San Francisco, would be packed with hundreds of the descendants of the Japanese who were held at Fort Missoula. Today, they're speaking to you in a different way. They're speaking through their organizations, one of which is the one that Ron just talked about, the Japanese American Confinement Sites Consortium. I want to talk briefly about two of the others that have written to you, and I hope you will take a moment to read their statements to you. One is the International Sites of Conscience Coalition. This is an organization, Fort Missoula is a participating member of this. That organization is international. It represents 360 sites in 68 different countries. Everything from slavery sites to Auschwitz are all included, and Fort Missoula, in the breadth of this organization. And its job is really to preserve and ensure that we learn the lessons of history. What that group said in their letter to you was that Fort Missoula is critical to understanding both America's ongoing work to create a more just union and America's capacity to face historical injustice. Preserving and learning from places like Fort Missoula is the duty we hold to both past and future generations, and this is now threatened by the proposed development at the Fort Missoula Hospital site. And they urge the council to reject this developer's appeal. The other party I want to bring to your attention is from the Japanese American Citizens League, which is the most prominent, goes back to World War II and before, and their advocacy on behalf of this history and the redress, which they secured from Congress and the President of the United States, and reparations for what our country did to this population of Japanese that we're talking about tonight. From their letter to you, it was, please deny the developer's proposal to construct residential housing at the post-hospital site. It would be a most cruel irony that housing would be built on the site where Japanese permanent residents of our country had been incarcerated after losing their own homes to the racist and xenophobic policies of internment and incarceration during World War II. I hope you will recognize this cruelty and choose not to proceed. And that is from the Japanese American Citizens League. So with that, I would just urge you to listen to the voices that aren't necessarily in this room. But Fort Missoula is not just a Missoula or a Montana issue. It is a national and international site. In my time working on this, we had hundreds of visitors from all over the country and Japan coming to Fort Missoula where their ancestors were held. So the importance of this project is not simply an issue of a local housing development. Please put it in that much larger context and consider the opinions of the Japanese descendants who live across the country and across the world and their view of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Sands. Come on up.
Second here. Okay, hello, my name is Corwin Yellowkidney.
Please go ahead and get a little closer to the microphone just so we can hear you.
A little bit louder.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Corwin Yellowkidney, YELLOWKIDNEY. I work with All Nations Health Center as a member of the coalition and a current land user. We do not support this at this time. At this time, I would also like to address and acknowledge the traditional lands of the Salish people who were forcibly removed from the Bitterroot Valley in the late 19th century for non-native settlements. Going on 6 years, I've conducted a sweat lodge located less than 1/10 of a mile from the hospital. Since the early 1990s, the land has been used by Native people to pray and conduct ceremony, including my father in the early 1990s. Natives across Montana and those who have attended Sweat Lodge, likely thousands, would not support the proposed action. We as Native people pray in nature and have a connection with the lands, animals, and elements. Not too long ago, it was thought that Native Americans would disappear, and we have not. We have to contend with dominant society to retain what remains of our lands, cultures, traditions. Many of our ways have been lost Because of the history we have endured, we could not openly practice our ways until after 1978 when it became law. We practice our cultures, traditions from time immemorial. On a personal level, there's many people that hike through Fort Missoula, and they're very respectful when they come through, and there's even been people that have jumped in the sweat. But I don't believe that, I feel like it would be like a church. There's so many people that convey through the area right there, and I feel like it would be like an open church. The door open at one end, walk through, and go out the other side and not even say hi. So on a personal level, that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yellow Kidney. Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Bacon, B-A-C-O-N. I am I'm the president of the Friends of the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula, and too short. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Fort Missoula Coalition. I just wanted to provide you all with some information regarding the grants available out there for nonprofits. The Historical Museum at Fort Missoula has had a robust group of nonprofits that have provided grants over the last 4 years, almost totaling $1 million. And if you've ever been out at the fort, you know that there's lots of buildings out there that need historic preservation work, but these robust groups include the Japanese American Confinement Sites, the Montana Historic Preservation, IMLS, I'm sorry, I don't remember what that acronym means right now, the Tracy Foundation, the Boric Foundation, and let's see here, and a Murdoch Charitable Trust grant for the amount of $350,000 for this year. So my point is, I just wanted to let you know that there are grants out there available to fix up the hospital. It's not a lost cause. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Bacon. Next, come on up.
Spelling on the transcript. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I am Tate Jones, president of the Northern Rockies Heritage Center and executive director of the Rocky Mountain Museum of Military History. I have worked in museum and historic site management at Fort Missoula for about 28 years. However, I am surprised that Councilors Stan Healy and Lois Herbig will not post-date me. NRHC has expended much effort in maintaining as public thoroughfares the Fort Central road system under its ownership, with unfortunately negligible assistance on such from local government. If NRHC is newly saddled with maintenance needs that require us to subsidize the for-profit project of a private land speculation company, then NRHC will be compelled to cite its congressionally chartered statutory mandate to preserve its property and reluctantly take time from our core mission to seek federal relief. Fort Missoula Commons is presented as a historic preservation project. The insertion of 18 Econo-Lodge-style new buildings comprising a new suburb and strip mall into a heritage site where none existed before makes a parody of historic preservation, and an unfunny one at that. As a recognized and legitimate preservation project, FMC enjoys support and credibility roughly equivalent to the number of individuals who want to rebuild Milltown Dam. What remains is simply an unwarranted public favor to a single private land speculation company that knew full well the planning and zoning constraints on this property and spent its money betting on a rules change down the road. The city should not provide a casino with a happy ending on this matter, and that is backed by the historic Fort Missoula Coalition, 31 local, state, national, and international organizations who work on real heritage preservation every day of the year. This is the fourth attempt since the early 1990s to break incompatible adversarial redesign into Fort Missoula, all to date unsuccessful. In that context, I would ask the Council to disapprove this appeal and affirm precedent once and for all that Fort Missoula is a cherished local heritage site, that it is not a development corridor, and organizations with incompatible plans need to look elsewhere. We are presented tonight in divisive times with an opportunity for all Missoulians to unite in support of one of the nation's best preserved heritage sites. So let us all join together to bring alive the words inscribed on the banner of the service that built Fort Missoula and has been part of this city's fabric since 1877. This will defend. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Jones.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Pooty McLaughlin. That's MC, capital L-A-U-G-H-L-I-N. I represent Five Valleys Audubon tonight and speak in support of the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to deny the 2 permits for the Fort Missoula Commons project. Five Valleys Audubon is a member of the Historic Fort Missoula Coalition. This proposed development would have a permanent detrimental impact on Stevens Island, and you have the handout of the overview of this incredible island. This island is immediately adjacent to the proposed development. Stevens Island is a world-class riparian area that is a magnet for birds. The Clark Fork River Grass Valley Important Bird Area, or IBA, encompasses this parcel. The IBA program is a global initiative that identifies a network of sites that are critical to the conservation of birds. This IBA has unique habitats that sustain healthy populations of birds, especially species of conservation concern. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is a co-sponsor of this IBA. The IBA program is not legally binding and conveys no regulatory authority. However, this IBA is a cornerstone of the Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan. The Bitter River corridor in this area is a biodiversity hotspot. More than 240 species of birds have been recorded, which is over half of all the bird species for the entire state. On Stevens Island alone, over 180 species of birds have been recorded. Riparian zones occur along the edges of rivers, streams, lakes, and other water bodies. They provide habitat for a diversity of wildlife while stabilizing stream banks and maintaining water quality. The importance of riparian areas for birds and other wildlife cannot be overstated. Only 4% of Montana's area is riparian, but 80% of Montana's birds will spend all or some of their lifetimes using riparian areas. 30 years ago, the City Council considered a proposal similar to this one. The issues then were whether to change the zoning around Fort Missoula by creating a special historic district overlay zone, and whether to allow housing development in Fort Missoula. We know the outcome of those decisions. Now, all Missoulians benefit from the council's foresight in 1993. In another 30 years, our hope is that Missoulians will look back on your decision in 2024 and appreciate your foresight in protecting this valuable public asset. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. McLaughlin. Next, come on up.
Good evening. I'm Jim Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I'm the Conservation Chairperson for Five Valleys Audubon. I just want to emphasize a couple of things that we've made in written comments, and I hope you've had a chance to read all those. But first, it can't be overstated how incredibly important and rich this area is in wildlife, particularly birds. It's just goes beyond your belief the number of species that use this. And anyone and everyone can go there and enjoy this and partake in it. But one point that's really important is a key reason that this riparian zone is so important that you have on your map. You can see the inside channel of the Bitterroot River runs right next to the hospital site. So the proposal is to put the townhouses right there. So for an incredible riparian zone to be valuable, birds have to use it. And if birds are disturbed, they don't use it, and that's the problem. So there's a lot of scientific studies. We've reviewed some 80-some studies that relate to the disturbance of birds and how much distance you have to give them. So there's something called the setback from the buffer setbacks from the riparian zone. So the science has shown that for the species that you can find down here on Sleven Islands, that it's all these species, and it does vary by individual species, the kind of tolerance they have for disturbance, but those distances run from 160 to 600 feet. For that riparian zone along the hospital site to support a full complement of species, they would need 300 to 400 feet of setback from that riparian zone. So the depth of the hospital property right through that zone is 200 feet. So townhouses, if they were put in this zone, would completely eliminate many species from using this particularly rich riparian zone. Things as examples: warblers, vireos, towies, the wood duck, the mergansers would not be using that like they currently use it. So the townhouses placed in this area that's a reasonable non-disturbance buffer would be a substantial, a significant, and a permanent detrimental impact on the wildlife that uses not only that little riparian strip that you can see on your map, which is part of the Bitterroot River, but the entire Sleven Islands. So finally, I just want to say that we are really fortunate to have a river in our valley. There's a lot of cities that don't have the luxury that we've got to have this wonderful river system. It's a very rich wildlife system. It's a gift and it's a treasure, and it's something that I hope that the city leaders will help protect for future generations. One other thing that I'd like to say is that all these wonderful natural values are a part of this historic site. Please deny the developer's request. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Brown. Next, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Eric Green. I like the color with an E on the end. And we've heard some moving statements by Mr. Yellow Kidney and Ron Wakamoto and Diane Sands about the important cultural aspects of out at Fort Missoula. And I'd just like to talk a little bit, as the previous two speakers did, about the really important natural historical values of the site. So I'm a wildlife biologist, and I've studied wildlife in riparian habitats in Montana for over 30 years. And I just, without going on too long, want to reiterate some of the points that the previous two speakers made. So this stretch of the Bitterroot River at Fort Missoula contains some of the best cottonwood and ponderosa pine riparian forests remaining in Missoula, especially along this rapidly growing south side of town. And this is especially true of the Slavens Island, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed development site. And Ms. McLaughlin mentioned this biodiversity hotspot, and it's part of this IBA, important bird area. What she didn't mention was that this IBA has been recognized as an important bird area of continental significance. Let me say that again. This area, Slavens Island, has been recognized as a conservation area of continental significance. And this riparian habitat is not only important for birds, both breeding and migrating. It's a critical place for a lot of the birds that come through, but it's also more generally an important wildlife corridor used by bears, moose, and many other animals. So this is the natural values that are in this really special place. Jim Brown talked about the science that shows very clearly that development this close to riparian habitats is going to degrade it significantly. And I'd just like to say that all the pieces for a world-class natural area at Fort Missoula are right there. They're there right now. We just have to make sure we don't mess it up. There are clearly many competing uses for land at Fort Missoula. But in addition to considering the historical values of the site, I urge you to also consider protecting the immense natural values of this special stretch of the river. We can do this while still developing a thriving multiple use area. Thanks for your consideration and thanks for all you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Ann Rupp-Calvis, Ann with an E, Ruppkalvis. I come from a family with very deep ties to the Fort area, but I'm here representing the Target Range homeowners with the Historic Fort Missoula Coalition. A little personal background. My work history includes time in the medical field, specifically the OR. It can be an intense and demanding environment. In time, though, I developed the skills to confidently handle any type of case that came to me. But 5 years ago, when my dad was dying, my specific medical background was not helpful. I didn't know what to do, so I sought help. And the advice I got, trust the professionals. Social workers and a hospice team took over and guided us through that dark unknown. My mom died in October. Again, professionals. Not only doctors and nurses, but lawyers and bankers and spiritual caregivers. I needed those people to advise me not only about what must be done, but also what was in my personal best interest. I would remind you of the professionals advising you about the post-hospital situation. First, the Historic Preservation Commission. Local people, many of us know, appointed by this body because of their well-known competence and respectability. Their decision of denial for the proposed residential and commercial development at the fort was supported by the State Historical Preservation Office. Secondly, Mr. Ryan Sudbury, your new city attorney. In the May 3rd meeting of last year for the appeal by the developer, Ryan stated in, Mr. Sudbury, stated in his opening brief on page 4, in acting on the appeal, the City Council must grant the HPC decision a presumption of correctness. I thought that was very important. So these are your professionals, the HPC and Mr. Sudbury. Be assured by their knowledge and experience. Trust them. Fort Missoula has been named an International Site of Conscience. International Site of Conscience. Please deny the appeal.
Thank you for your comments. Next, come on up.
Hello. Ms. Davis, it's lovely to see you in the mayoral seat, I must say. My name is Brittany Escalera, Escalera. I live in Ward 3. I've been hearing about this process for several years now. I went to the open house and toured the building to see what they had planned. And personally, the building is beautiful but needs a lot of help. I'm wondering if anyone has actually seen this property. It's not along the river and you have to walk quite a ways to get to it. It's an overgrown field mostly with dying and decaying trees. In terms of safety as well, with no sidewalks and no street lamps, you can imagine as a young woman walking around there, it doesn't scream safe. We're talking about a small-scale development on an abandoned parcel of land. The benefits to the community would be many, and at this point, that's not even what the question is about. Right now, you're saying, here's a historic preservation permit to be able to fix up the old post hospital and to proceed with your design of the neighboring parcel. If the opposition of this property have been at it so long, I'm curious why they didn't do something to buy it themselves instead of spending all this money on the lawyer. You now have Mr. Jones, who works for a nonprofit, Northern Rockies Heritage Center, threatening local businesses, one being a local fly fishing shop. It's clear that the opposition does not want to see the community grow in a positive way and does not truly care about historic preservation. Please approve this permit and let them move on to the next stage. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments, Ms. Escalera.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. My name is Judy Matson, M-A-T-S-O-N, and I am the co-director of the Bonner Milltown History Center and Museum. While the museum is located in Bonner, 50% of our governing committee are Missoula residents. The Bonner Milltown History Center and Museum is a member of the Historic Fort Missoula Coalition. The governing committee of the Bonner Milltown History Center unanimously opposes residential development in the historic district of Fort Missoula. Residential development will irreparably damage the character of the historic district. In addition, the current development proposal does not meet the standards. Our committee also unanimously supports rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the old Fort Hospital under eligible current guidelines. Rehabilitation of a historic building is not cheap, and it does not generate any profits for a development company seeking to build residential buildings. But restoration, if restoration is truly the goal, there are grants that offer significant financial support to for-profit as well as nonprofit organizations and businesses. And I recently have had experience with this and was really shocked, actually, to find out that a sizable grant program here in the state of Montana last year had more money to give than there were applications for it. So there is that option available. In the case of the post-hospital, adaptive reuse would make the building a historic treasure, generating income, as is happening with other buildings in the district. The Bonner Milltown History Center and Museum respectfully urges you to uphold the findings of the Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, come on up.
Okay. My name is Jack Reneau, R-E-N-E-A-U. I moved to Missoula in '92, and I work for the Boone and Crockett Club, a conservation organization. I'm a professional wildlife biologist for 50 years. And as far as Fort Missoula goes, I've walked it thousands of days. I don't know how many since we moved here with my dogs. And besides that, it's a highly historical place. The historical grounds at Fort Missoula are no place for residential or housing, and I would oppose the construction of the housing on Fort Missoula. And the nature of this fort will be destroyed if these expensive housing units are developed. And the historical nature, I can't speak to, but it was settled hundreds of years ago. Anyway, I'm opposed to it.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Reneau.
I'm Susan Reneau, R-E-N-E-A-U. I live at 4 Martha's Court. But for many years, I was the president of the Friends of the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula. I'm also a life member of the Military Museum and a life member with my husband for the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula. All of you can become a life member. We hope you will. Residential housing is inappropriate, and I will also say that the regional soccer fields are inappropriate at the Historical Museum. I was very horrified when I saw those going in also. but I had no power to change that. I oppose the idea of residential housing, but I also feel that the hospital deserves to be preserved, and I hope that it does somehow turn into something that can turn into a productive building and not be torn down. The developer has put his money into that land. He has sunk a lot of money into developing something, and I hope that he can take the land that he has and do it properly. But what he is proposing, in my opinion, is improper, and I hope that he will take to heart the suggestions that have been made by the Historic Preservation Commission, because they are correct. And I honestly think the buildings for residential, those buildings that are peaked, I'm going to just say it, they're ugly. They're inappropriate, and they do not reflect the architecture that are on the historic Fort Missoula. But there is a necessity for that building to be preserved. And I do hope that since they are the property owner, that they come up with a way maybe to get a grant, do some kind of a partnership or something so that they can get them the investment that they have and come up with a way to develop it for commercial development, because we do have commercial companies at Fort Missoula anyway. But I do not support the proposal that they have now. They've got to come up with something else.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Renaud. Next, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Drake Depke, D-O-E-P-K-E. I'm a business owner, building owner here in town. I'm learning a lot tonight. I think obviously it's a sensitive and contentious issue that you guys have in front of you right now. But I largely, think private money coming in is helpful at times, and I think it should be considered and not just immediately rebuked. These buildings need work. They need restoration. They need a lot of money too, and there has to be an economic justification for that level of investment that goes into these projects, and they need to have some sense of how they're going to recoup that money. So I would just encourage you as a body and as, to find a way to work together with the private equity and with the public's interest of historical preservation and environmental preservation, which are clearly important and I think a value of this community. But we also need to include the private sector in these projects. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mayor Davis, members of the council, I am Gary Matson, M-A-T-S-O-N, and I'm a member of Friends of Two Rivers, and we're a member of the Historic Fort Missoula Coalition. I agree with all who have come before me in support of the Historic Preservation Commission finding that the proposed development is inappropriate for the site. Fort Missoula is a priceless historic place and a natural resource treasure that must be preserved. It is not a place for residential development. There are better ways to preserve the old post hospital. And thank you for taking time to hear us.
You get the record tonight, Mr. Matson. Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm little Billy Neff, and I stood in the line so long I forgot what I was going to say. I'll start by saying I really appreciate his speech of architecture at the fort. I felt like I took a Molly course at the university. My wife and I walk out there all the time. I'm going to throw some of that stuff at her, the 1910, 1912 architecture, and she'll really enjoy it. But you made a good decision to turn this down, because it's not about the architecture. It's not about the old post fort. It's about the fort itself. the open spaces, the surrounding mountains, the history. You can't desecrate that with residential buildings, no matter what they look like. If they got a red tile roof, they're post CCC or New Era or World War II, they now belong at the fort. Hold your line. It's not going to be easy. They're going to piss and moan, and this ain't over yet. But you did the right decision. Stick with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Neff.
My name's Steve Loken, and I had, until this year, I had a construction company called Loken Builders, and I've done a lot of historic preservation work in the valley. I restored 7 buildings out at Fort Missoula, and I have a passion for historic preservation and buildings in my work. Since I'm retired, I'm not going to benefit from what happens out there this time, and you guys have got a very difficult plate ahead of you to figure out what to do. I would like to go on record as supporting giving these developers a permit. The unfortunate thing about the Fort Missoula Hospital is it's at Fort Missoula. If that hospital were located any other place in Montana, people would be dying to preserve it. It's a remarkable building, and these guys are going to try to do that. And while this is not a perfect proposal, don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. The tax base increase for you guys would be huge. The people don't even know this, but we've been hearing about, I'm a biologist too. I've been hearing about all the ecological integrity and diversity on that area, that stretch. But where were these guys when we took out Milltown Dam? That was an incredibly biodiverse place, the reservoir for Milltown Dam. Most people don't even know that this Slavin Island wetland was created because they put a huge concrete barrier by the golf course to divert the river to the south. And they filled it with debris, concrete, and waste material from Fort Missoula, where they were also dumping their raw sewage. It's interesting that when we look at the historical context of what we have now, it came from a really raspy place. We dumped crap in our rivers. They were our landfills. We know this, just off of Orange Street. All I'm saying is that human intervention can be corrected and improved, and I'd like to think that the renovation and restoration of this hospital and the grounds where we actually invite people to enjoy the history and the stories that go with Fort Missoula would be honored. So I would urge you to accept their permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Loken. All right, come on up.
My name is Hayzada Pollock. Last name is first name Hayes, last name Otoupalik. If you're wondering about the nationality, it's a Czech name. Any rate, I have a little spiel here to give tonight that I'll read, but I'll disclose a few things first off. I've been at every Fort Missoula 4th of July event since 1976. I've been involved with the Historical Museum since its inception and produced several displays out there and constantly made my military collection available to them. I'm one of the founders of the Rocky Mountain Museum Military History. I'm a current vice president, I'm a board of director, and I'm a curator. Talking about a building at Fort Missoula, when we got the building from the Montana National Guard for the Rocky Mountain Museum, it had set, people had cut out the roof trusses, floor trusses, the windows were all broke out. We didn't ask a single person for a penny. We went out and worked on this community. From home and Low Depot, we got new doors, no windows. We tore the whole roof off the building, put a whole new roof on it. Lumber companies donated lumber. Today we give away $1 million tonight to fix the river. And I think there's $1 million out there someplace to fix that fort. If these people want to see the hospital restored, why don't they restore it? Their problem is they want to build 16 houses, and then build it, and then leave the property, sell it, and then they'll be left with a water system that's old, old roads that don't meet any modern stuff. They're gonna move cars, motorcycles, boats, everything onto those houses and on them little narrow streets. You know, the members of the city council, the city engineers would never approve the use of the inner fort roads for Mr. Wolf's road infrastructure system. As Mr. Gordon said, as Tate Jones said, they'd pointed out that it fails to meet every count to meet the basic requirements and the safety standards located in Missoula City's Public Works Standard and Specification Manual found in Chapter 7 of the Transportation System in Missoula. The whole focus of the manual on public safety, whether the road is being used by pedestrians or vehicles. I would like to read some of the proposal, requirements of the thing. And here, out of the Missoula Public Manual about it.
Mr. Autopolik, did I
Yes?
get your name right?
Pardon me?
Did I get your name pronounced right? You're at the end of your 3 minutes right now.
Am I done?
Yeah, you are. But
Okay, well, I just want to end then by
Okay.
one thing to say.
Okay.
You know, Missoula has its little Balboa Park. It's New York Central Park sitting in Missoula, and we shouldn't grind it up by putting homes. When I raised money for organizations at Fort Missoula, and particularly Save the Fort, I got told that I was a member of the Weed Patch Committee. I wear the Weed Patch Committee with quite pride, because there was people that wanted that land to chew it up into home sites all over the country where there's a park. We listen to a lot of wise people about that land, and we need to save that land. It doesn't need any houses on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Come on up.
My name is Linda Johnson, and I am on the board of both the Rocky Mountain Military History and the Northern Rockies Heritage Center. I am here just to say how much love I have for Fort Missoula, and that I am probably the only one in this, I may be wrong, room tonight that has a family connection going back to the early 1930s. My father was retired Brigadier General Walter M. Johnson, and as a young lieutenant was stationed at Fort Missoula. His office was in what is now Heritage Hall, and he was in charge of getting all the wonderful old trees that you currently see planted along the fort and all of the fort area. The stories he told me when he was stationed here, I wish I had recorded. But the love I have for Fort Missoula goes back to that long of a time, and I do not want to see any houses built on Fort Missoula property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Johnson. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to make public comment on this item prior to us moving to online comments? Mr. Best.
Hello, my name is Ross Best. You have an impressive, eloquent brief from the city attorney to help you understand the historic importance of this land in Fort Missoula and the defects of the developer's proposal. I'm not an expert in this area, and I've been trying to puzzle out how you can make a decision by only looking at design standards, how you can make a decision that segregates all aspects of use from your evaluation of the historic value and of the view associated with the historic property. It seems to me that if a McDonald's were proposed for this, there'd be no question that its proposed use was relevant. And it seems to me that residential development will come with degradations of the historic value, degradations of the view that are inherent in residential living. Are we going to see the residents of these townhouses out picnicking? Are we going to see them repairing their cars? That's part of the use, but it's also part of the view. And to me, ultimately, it's therefore incompatible with the historic character of the place. I started the Fort Missoula petition drive 30 years ago at the suggestion of David McEwen and Shirley Jewell, and together we started the group Save the Fort. I'm not part of Save the Fort now, but I'm gratified that they have continued to work to protect the fort. And it's enormously gratifying to me to see the fine array of opponents who've come before you to speak here tonight. This is the fourth Battle of Missoula that I've been involved with. Divot wanted to put in over 300 units of residential housing. Pacific Corp wanted to put in 100 units of senior housing. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation wanted their building there. Ultimately, all those battles are part of the definition of the historic value at Fort Missoula. The people of Missoula who care about Fort Missoula are overwhelmingly against this proposal. You should be too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Best. All right, looking around the room. Any other public comment for this agenda item this evening? Not seeing any in the room. We'll go ahead and we'll move online. Mr. Nugent, are you admitting people in there? All right, Evan, you're up first. Go ahead and unmute your microphone if you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Beautiful. I will really try and keep it under 3 minutes, but my name is Evan Tipton. I've been a Missoula resident for closer to almost 20 years now. Admittedly, I am a millennial. I live on the Bitterroot, and seen firsthand a lot of change with development in my neighborhood without any consideration to preservation or enhancement. I'm currently the founder and CEO of a Missoula-based tech company, and previously I did my undergrad and master's thesis, it's a weird plural one, at the University of Montana under the advisement of Norma Nickerson, who some of you may know. Hello, Professor Ron, if you're still there. My research over 6 years was focused on how to preserve and enhance the character of our last best places here in Montana. Now doing my part, I guess, and serving my societal duty by providing careers, high-paying jobs to dozens of Montana residents. But I place the utmost value on the social fabric of this place that we call home. So all this background to be said, basically, support the proposal that you're reviewing today. I think the old post hospital is a dilapidated shell of its former self, but I think there's potential there, potential for preservation and enhancement, socially, culturally, historically, and I think wanting the benefits of, call it the yesteryear, but also wanting to realize the benefits of growth. It's a double-edged sword. It's tough, and it's a sentiment that's shared by many of us, and it was a theme that was a strong current throughout my research with local residents across the state. I wouldn't consider myself to be pro-development, but I believe in pragmatic realism. So yes, to Ron's point, we don't want to lose the historic value or deprecate what he spoke about earlier. On a separate but very related note, I would say a few weeks ago, I received a threatening email from Tate Jones, who opposes this project, insinuating that if I did not rescind my support for said project, that the organizations that this gentleman supports will be reluctant to simply let it lie. As I responded via email, I think this approach is counterproductive to the very purpose of our civil discourse today. And I hope it's not representative of whether it's preconceived notions in this project or any future decisions that will impact this community I call home. I know it's emotionally charged, it's complex.
Evan, you're at 3 minutes.
Oh, shoot, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, 15 seconds. I will say, I'm a proud Missoulian. I'm going to skip over my Adam Smith theory of moral sentiments, which states that we should be the impartial spectator. We should have a voice that guides us to basically benefit society as a whole. Lastly, it's not a decision anymore in terms of like preventing the wave versus riding the wave. So I think we just need to work together better to best preserve and enhance the character of our last best places. I'm gonna raise my family here. Max is gonna do the same. We're gonna employ, we're gonna preserve, we can continue to enhance. I think we should just do it together in fair and reasonable fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Tipton. Okay, our next online public commenter, Marty. All right, Marty, you're unmuted. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Marty Salmon, Sammon. I'm in Ward 1. I am in support of you guys appealing for the owners of the Old Post Hospital, and I urge you to grant them the preservation permit they are requesting. Several reasons. One, from my understanding, this is private property. I understand the concerns around mitigating public open space, but this just seems to be a separate issue. The U.S. government sold the land in the 1960s. It's been private ever since. And now government at any level should be very limited to what they can tell private property owners, what they can and cannot do with their property. Second, from the presentation tonight, it seems pretty clear that the Historic Preservation Commission kind of came in without an open mind, and anyone who has conflict of interest should recuse themselves from being a part of this decision. And third, Missoula needs housing. I feel like a lot of the people opposing tonight were probably homeowners in Missoula. Being someone in my 30s in Missoula who has rented the whole time I've lived in Missoula, always struggling with rent increasing and just finding new rentals and affordable rentals, like an increase in supply will lower the cost for everyone. And the fact that groups like Save the Fort have opposed housing for decades is just kind of just counterproductive to the situation. Missoula's growing, it's not stopping, and I truly believe that these two projects can coexist together. You can preserve the historic nature of the fort and add benefits to the whole community. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It's not black and white. There's a lot of gray area here, and we can preserve the nature and the history of Fort Missoula and also provide necessary services that the city needs. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next. Tori Stedman, you're next. Okay.
Hi there, my name is Tori Stedman and I'm in Ward 6. Can I ask you to support the Old Post Hospital project? I thought it was great for the owners to do the open houses, letting the community come and see the property and learn about the project. But when touring the building, it's obvious that it needs saving and the owners seem to have a great plan to do so. After listening to Mr. Gray's proposed design, I don't think that they could have done a better job at the rehabilitation in terms of cohesive preservation elements and historical matching. Please approve this application and let them restore this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stedman. All right, Mr. Flick, you are ready. Mike Flick, go ahead and unmute your microphone.
right. My name is Mike Flickinger, Flickinger. I'm in Ward 6. I'd like you to vote to support this project developer. The group has been nothing but transparent throughout this process, meeting with those who they knew would be opposed and still asking for their input, hosting open houses for the community so we could see just how bad the condition of the hospital is, not trying to backdoor this through. I understand there are passions involved here, but I don't believe that should excuse you from looking at the proposal and assessing it based on the criteria. I enjoy spending time in this area and believe this development would be a great addition for our community. I say vote yes for the permit and let these guys restore the building. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Great. Jared Schmitz, you are up. You're unmuted, Jared. If you could just, on this side, if you could just unmute on your side. Maybe not. All right, we're going to come back to you if you can. We'll move on to Matt Bell. Mr. Bell, you are unmuted.
Thank you for your time. My name is Matt Bell, spelled B-E-L-L. I'm in opposition to this development. I understand there are housing needs in Missoula, but this is an inappropriate place to put those new housing developments. This space is ineffably sacred to many people, and Missoula economic gains regarding housing spaces should not be made at the cost of spaces that are held in high regard for many reasons for many different people. The equity and diversity needs of many people have been failed to be inclusive in this decision to consider these houses and to be more inclusive of people and their diverse needs of many members of this community would be great to be inclusive of those things. I'm a member of the group who utilizes the area for the sweat lodge that Mr. Yellow Kidney spoke about, and that is not exclusive of anyone. Many people of the community find many great benefits from that space, and it would be very beneficial for Missoula to keep that space, not just for the citizens who utilize it, but as many others have spoken to, the riparian space that allows Missoula to be the open space, very natural area that people come to love and respect and hold in high regard. So please oppose this development regarding residential spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bell. Scott, you are unmuted. If you can unmute on your side, go ahead and make a public comment, please. And it just says Scott, no last name. Okay, Scott, it doesn't seem like you're able to unmute. We'll go ahead and move on again to Jared Schmitz. Jared, can you unmute from your side? Okay, looks like you just dropped off the call. We still have Scott's hand raised. Try it one more time, Mr. Nugent. Okay, you should be allowed, Scott, if you're able to unmute on your side. All right. We're sorry you're not able to give your public comment tonight. There will be future opportunity given the circumstance. All right, we were just about to wrap it up, but I see John Wolverton just raised his hand. Can you go ahead and unmute him, Mr. Nugent? Thank you. Mr. Wolverton, you're up.
Yes, Mrs. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to comment tonight. My name is John Wolverton. It's Wolverton. You probably see on my screen, it shows me as a Franklin DeFort resident, but I've recently moved, so I'm now a Northsider in Ward 1. So my comment to you, City Council, you again find yourself sitting at an epicenter of one of what I consider the prime reasons why our community and our country is suffering a housing crisis. This crisis is responsible for struggles that are just beginning to reverberate through our younger generations. We're already seeing our local younger talent and creative class dispersing toward lower cost communities. Young people are postponing decisions to become parents. They're deciding where to work not based on the job they want, but based on the housing that they can afford. This is not the kind of future we want for our community or for our young people. So more particular to this proposal, preserving the past, it's a worthy goal. But like all worthy goals, it also represents a trade-off. There's complex processes such as these with review and veto points tend to benefit the politically powerful, and it ends up being detrimental to citizens who would benefit from the new and innovative development such as this proposal, particularly when it comes to adding housing stock. Without the legal checks and balances which you are to provide, historic preservation can not only stifle new building and improvement, but even obstruct the goal of preservation itself, which is what we will probably see with this hospital if this proposal is not approved. So I think the architect's presentation was very well showed that both the concerns from both sides can very well coexist. And I ask you to please overturn the Preservation Commission's decision and please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolverton. Okay, how are we doing? Any more comments online? Okay. All right. Councilor Nugent, thank you for your help with the admitting people, the technological background. Okay, that concludes public comment. So, we've got an option here. We could go ahead and move on to council questions, or we could gather those questions and submit them on as a group, which would be answered, those questions would be gathered and available to the public online on the Engage Missoula site, and those questions could be answered by staff and the appellant. Land Use Planning Chair Nugent, would you like to clarify anything I just said or speak to that option?
Yeah, similar to other hearings where we discuss something again at a later date, given that it's 11 o'clock, we have 2 more agenda items. I think that we should take a similar process of gathering questions by a certain time, let's say Wednesday, end of business. I'm looking at Ryan, is that a reasonable amount of time? He's not saying no for the record. So from council so that we can publish that on Engage Missoula, get it in eScribe, and make sure that the 3 parties that had briefs all receive those questions as well, so they can either choose to answer them in their response brief or come to the hearing on the 22nd prepared to answer those questions. Looking around the horseshoe, it doesn't look like anyone's objecting to that. Mayor Davis?
No, I'm not seeing anybody objecting. Does anybody object to that this evening? President Sherrill?
I don't object, but will you just be clear on who we need to submit those questions to?
Yeah, so what we will do is, if the council would submit them to me, I will get them once Wednesday end of business comes. I will get them all to Annalise, who's filling in for Claire, who will work to get them on Engage Missoula as well as on eScribe and make sure they get to the 3 parties. And I confirmed with her that we could do that before I said that she would do it. So
well done. Thank you for doing that. Councilor Anderson?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I do want to make sure that we take care of the business of the recommended motion of calling the special city council I don't know, I'm not trying to jump ahead, I'm just trying to be like, oh wait, there's more on this agenda.
It's almost 11 p.m. We appreciate you making sure
Yeah.
we're absolutely. That's
And
good.
then, can I ask a procedural question?
Sure, absolutely.
I read Mr. Nugent's kind of order of operations. That seems like a really long time ago now. We have briefs from the city, the applicant, other interested groups. They will all have an opportunity to submit more briefs ahead of the 22nd. But what will be contained in them, is it kind of a further discussion of what was said tonight by either parties, or up to them to decide? Or
I can read you from the work plan if that's helpful, and for those in the room.
I can read that myself.
No problem.
I just am like, at this moment, I can't remember what
It's
it says.
no worries. After this process tonight, there's a post-public hearing briefs that are due, findings of fact and conclusions of law. Those will be due on February 19th at 1 p.m., by 1 p.m., and attorneys representing the appellants, Save the Fort, and city staff may each submit a 5-page written response to the public hearing and a set of proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law for the City Council's consideration. The documents will be posted on Engage Missoula website and included on the City Council February 22nd agenda. Okay, we have a couple more questions here.
Just
Councilor
a
Jones.
clarifying question. So try and submit all of our questions by the end of business this coming Wednesday in 2 days.
In 2 days.
But when we have the work day on the 22nd, there will be opportunities for
Oh, yes.
questions then also. Okay.
Sure will. Yeah, Councilor Becerra.
Just further clarification. So the briefs that we would be receiving from everyone would be in response to questions that we present, or just based on public comments submitted today?
Mr. Sudbury, I'm going to go ahead and take a gander here that it would also include public comment, because we could either, council questions. It would be public comment as well as council questions. The post-public hearing briefs would be in response to all of it.
Yeah, I think each party would want to take some time to think about what they think is most important to either reiterate to council or clarify or address for the first time. That could come from either public comment, from council questions, or from their own sort of perceptions of the hearing and the process overall. I think one goal of that was to allow a proposed set of findings, facts, and conclusions of law, because that's something that council is going to have to sort of weigh on their own. So to the extent that you can draw from either the applicant's proposal for findings of facts or the city's, that certainly helps city council along in making a decision one way or another. I had another thought on that. So I think the parties could address council's questions in the brief if they have time, if there's space in there. If they don't, they can at least be aware of them so that they can have sort of meaningful and thoughtful answers to your questions at the subsequent meeting.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Sudbury. Okay, it sounds like it satisfies your question. Okay, great. Given that questions are due in 2 days, hopefully all of this is fresh in your mind and you have the ability to ask questions as needed. So it sounds like looks like the direction we're going to go. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and keep the hearing open. Is that correct? No, we're going to close the hearing for tonight. Questions will be due, so we're going to close the public hearing. Questions from council will be due again to Mr. Nugent on Wednesday and a business day?
Wednesday and a business. Yep.
And a business day. Okay. Mr. Sudbury?
Like Ms. Anderson said, we do need to act on the recommended motion.
Great.
Yep.
So we're going to move to that next.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Davis. I move council call a special meeting of City Council pursuant to Rule 1 of the City Council Rules for 9 a.m. on February 22nd, 2024 in council chambers located at 140 West Pine for the purpose of deliberating and possibly voting on the matters brought before council at the appeal hearing on February 5th, 2024 and any subsequent timely briefs.
Okay, motion is on the floor. The hearing is held open, so we don't take a vote. Do we take a vote on that motion? We do.
We have to vote on it.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So we need a vote on that motion. Lisa.
All right. Ready?
Starting with Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
That is a unanimous vote for yes.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, everybody. So that means that this agenda item has concluded for the evening. Thank you, everybody, for your extensive presentations, your thoughtful comments, and we will see you back here on the 22nd of February. Please stick around. We have 2 more items to go. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to committee reports. We have 2 items under committee reports. If we could just keep it quiet in the chamber, appreciate that. You might be done out there in the audience, but we're not. Have a good night, everybody. We're going to continue on with our meeting. Items listed under committee reports were not approved unanimously in city council committees. The chairperson of the standing city council committee will make a motion. We invite community comment on each item. And the first of that is 10.3 Committee of the Whole Committee Report. And this is regarding discussing proposed changes to the city council meeting agenda and related council matters. If I could turn it over to President Sherrill for this.
I'm a little tired, so I just want to be clear. You just want me to make the recommended motion? Do we need to?
I believe we've discussed it and adequately, and if it's acceptable to you, I believe that's all we need is a recommended motion.
That's great. I recommend that we adopt the recommended changes to the City Council Rule 11 regarding the order of business and authorize the clerk's office to make corresponding changes to Rule 2.
Great. Okay, a motion is on the floor. Then it is opportunity for public comment on this item or on this motion, please. Not seeing any in the room. Is there any online? Okay. Not seeing any online either. Looking at my list here. Committee report. I guess it would give opportunity if there was any additional comments from council members. Are there any comments from council members? Yes, Mr. Carlino.
Yeah, I think there's some things about this proposal that will make public comment easier. For example, people that are here for items that are on the committee reports, they could have commented way earlier in the meeting and then been able to leave. People that are here for the Fort Missoula or other public hearings could comment all together rather than having to wait for their public hearing. And I think that part of this is really going to help public comment. However, at the beginning of the meeting every week, we have people that come in here to talk to their local government during the non-agenda, public comment on non-agenda items. And by the time we get done with council business, those people are pretty much always gone. And just like today, we had a bunch of passionate people come down to their council to talk about council-related businesses and get to speak their mind to their government for their 3 minutes. And that is not going to be able to happen much longer after this change. People are going to have to wait until 11 p.m. or whatever we get done with all of the business to be able to speak their couple minutes to their local government. And I just think it's really important that people have the option to come down here at 6 p.m. and say what they need to say to their local government and be able to get that, get their voice to be heard. And I know during those public comments on non-agenda items, sometimes people are, emailing or texting or knitting or things like that, or what have you. But I think those public comments are important regardless, And I hate to see them get pushed to the back of the agenda where we will no longer hear from so many engaged citizens. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this change. I'm really worried that we're going to be stifling public comment from the people that like to show up here and talk to their local government.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Carlino. Are there other council comments? Yes. Ms. Sherrill first, and then Mr. Nugent.
I'll just make a quick comment, but because we did talk about this extensively on Wednesday. You know, we have noticed committee business, and what I think these changes do is that they allow all of the noticed items on our agenda to go first. And someone has to go first, someone has to go last. I think tonight was a good example that we had a number of people here for noticed committee business that are now just going home at after 11 p.m. Because someone has to wait. And we cannot take action on public comment that is not on the agenda. We can move it to, if there is action needed, it can happen at a different meeting. I also, as I said on Wednesday, I like that some of the changes I like in this other than that. It'd be great if everyone could always go first, but that's not how it works. One of the things I like is that the public comment on non-agenda items is closer to the mayoral comments as well as the city councilor comment section. So what I have found in the past is the public comment gets up on non-agenda items, and we kind of sit here stone-faced a little bit because we don't have the opportunity to comment until the very end, and then most of the time they're gone. So we have lots of ways to engage with City Council. We are working on that to continue to improve engagement. We also, I know everyone isn't online with a computer, but we have ways to monitor the meeting that way and come down at the appropriate time, or give comment online or via phone. So I think we will make a concerted effort, should this pass, to communicate those changes to our community. And I think that we need to, it will take a little time to get used to. Change is hard. But I think that this is really a positive move, and I appreciate everyone working on it, and I appreciate Mr. Carlino's comments around it, and we are not trying to stifle anyone. We're trying to prioritize business that has been noticed.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Nugent. Councillor Nugent, got it? Okay, summarize that. Yes, Councillor Anderson.
Very little to add to what President Sherrill said, but basically this by no means takes away anybody's opportunity to come down and talk to us. They can still come down at 6 o'clock. Some people may have to wait until 7:30, 8, or whenever their point on the agenda is, just how it is every other agenda item. We're just simply reordering it. We are not cutting off people. We are the most accessible form of government. I have worked at several levels of government, and to be able to come down consistently every week on Mondays and Wednesdays and email and phone calls, and we are not taking away any of that. We are just simply trying to make be more efficient with our time, our staff's time, and folks who have business that will be decided in front of the council. We are still accessible. People can come down and share their thoughts. I do really look forward to the opportunity to engage a little bit more, because I had quite a bit to say about some of the public comment from earlier this evening, but they're all gone. And it would have been nice to be able to have an opportunity to make comment in regards to some of the accusations of not having a soul that were made earlier. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. All right, any other council comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, yes, thank you. I was looking around the horseshoe. Yes, Councillor Vasecka, please.
Yes, and sorry I'm not in person. There was childcare issues. He made a guest appearance earlier in the meeting, but I just wanted to re-ask the question that possibly was asked last week, but it's been a long night. So when there is a presentation later on in the meeting after the public comment on agenda items, if there is, are public allowed to comment after the presentation if something else comes up?
I'll take that. Are you talking about new business items that would come up, or a staff presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or, yeah, basically, because I know that the majority of things happen on Wednesday, but if something comes up on Monday that somebody wasn't allowed to come or wasn't able to come on Wednesday, would they be able to comment after the staff presentation?
Yes, so the only one that I can think of that would fall under that category is the new business, because there would be a staff presentation on new business items, and based on council comment a couple of weeks ago when we brought this as a discussion item, we moved new business to right below, I'm tired. Right below.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're answering my question. Okay.
Public hearings.
Thank you.
The answer is yes, based on what you're asking, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. And I will be in support of this.
I was looking around for Mr. Hallstrom to see if he's in the room, but oh, hi. You're right in front of me. Okay. Way to stick with me. Okay, great. Thank you. You know, I might also just add that this body can evaluate the effectiveness of these changes. And if you decide this is not effective for the reasons that have been discussed, then a proposal can come forward to change that again. Obviously, I don't think anybody wants to move around so much that we don't find a rhythm or that the public is confused. But I just wanted to mention that that's a possibility. Yeah, please.
I'd just like to clarify one of the things in the changes would be that in the new rules we would not be specifying the order in which we need to take each the agenda, which is what is specified in our current rules. So in the future, based on what the mayor had said, if it's not working for some reason, it will be easier to rearrange. So, you know, I think that this makes sense to me, and I think it is worth, you know, trying, getting used to, and of course, like anything we do as a body, I think we need to reevaluate changes that we make.
Any other council comment tonight? Not seeing any more online. I believe then we are ready for a vote. We've also been doing roll call vote. You may recall that we had also discussed doing voice votes again. And we've been doing roll call, I think, just out of habit. We've been doing that tonight. And so we'll continue to do roll call until I think we go ahead and roll out the host of different procedural changes along with this agenda changes. So just wanted to note that. All right. Ms. Brown, you're up.
Thank you. Voting to adopt the recommended changes to City Council Rules 11 regarding the order of business and authorize the clerk's office to make corresponding changes to Rule 2, starting with Ms. Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
No.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
That passes with 11 yes and 1 no votes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'll just note for the good of the order that this is a council rule change. It does require 2/3 of the council to vote in the affirmative, and it did pass with more than 2/3 of a vote. So that will proceed. We will bring forward a redlined version of the council rule changes for your approval as well, just to make sure that we have council rules updated as necessary. So those will be coming forward in the near future. All right, we are going to move on to our next agenda item, item 10, which is 10.5 Land Use and Planning Committee Report, and this is 10.5 point B, referral, eliminate tourist homes as a permitted use in residential districts. And the sponsor or the referring council member is Daniel Carlino. And I'm looking over to Councilor Nugent to see if there's anything that you wanted to present on this first. We've heard about it. We've heard it in committee. And I believe we could go right to the summary of the motion on the floor.
Yep. This did not pass in committee, so the motion is a recommendation do not pass. So I move that council does not pass the motion to direct staff to draft and bring forth the appropriate ordinance changes to Title 20 to eliminate tourist homes as a permitted use in residential districts. And to clarify, Madam Mayor, I believe this is one of those instances where we vote yes to say no.
I appreciate that clarification very much. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is a motion on the floor. This now opens it up to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to give public comment? Not seeing any in the room. Is there any members of the public online that wishes to make comment? Okay. Not seeing any. Then that would go ahead and shift then to council comments. Any council comments about this item, about this motion this evening? Mr. Carlino, yes.
Thanks. Keep it brief. If we're not going to regulate the number of short-term rentals in Missoula, we must change our zoning and land use codes to allow housing to be built. Right now, you can build a short-term rental in Missoula more places than you can build a duplex, more places than you can build almost any other type of business, more places than right now our land use codes are blocking housing all over town. So if you all want to leave us up to the free market and don't want to regulate short-term rentals, then we must allow more housing to be built by changing our land use and zoning, our zoning map and land use codes exponentially. So I hope that we can really get that done through code reform and make it to where we can have an abundance of housing in Missoula, especially if we're not going to do anything to regulate short-term rentals.
Okay, Councilor Carlino, thank you for your comments. Yes, Councilor Jones, please.
So I'm going to vote yes to say no on this. We're doing comprehensive code reform right now, which covers a lot, and we need to spend time and intention on it to get it right. And we have a limited runway with our consultants, so I'm really don't agree with bringing one-off items when we're in the middle of a holistic process, and hope that we don't see any more because the focus is on code reform and doing that well to get the intended results of more housing accepted by the community as inexpensively as possible. So I'm not in support of what this referral wants.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Are there other comments this evening? Yes, Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, and I would just add to that, any sort of long-term fix to this is going to involve, more enforcement capability. I think there's been comment from staff that appreciate that. If we're going to enhance this in any way, shape, or form, it's going to require more in terms of, FTEs, manpower, what have you, hours spent doing that. You look at the way the system's set up now, and there's a lot of non-conformance with the permits as it is now, and then just trying to resolve that and get, those folks in compliance has been somewhat of a chore. So, that's just something to think about going forward, I think.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Campbell. Are there others tonight in the room? Not seeing any in the room and any online. All right, not seeing any online then. So, Ms. Brown, we're ready for a vote.
With the recommendation of do not pass, move the City Council to direct staff to draft and bring forth the appropriate ordinance changes to Title 20 to eliminate tourist homes as a permitted use in residential districts, starting with Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
No.
Farmer,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
No.
that is 10 yes and 2 no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown. That item passes. A yes to say no. I just want to make sure I had that right, that the recommendation of a do not pass. All right, passes. That is the last of our agenda items. And so we now shift, there's no new business, and shifting to communications from the mayor. I'll keep this very brief. I just wanted to thank you, Councilor Jones, for mentioning the code reform, and I just wanted to reiterate what you said, that not only is full code reform underway, but the near-term changes are being drafted and prepared by staff. The planning board is set to see those, I believe, early March, and that means that they'll be coming to council at the end of March. So I appreciate, I know that we want to see changes as soon as possible. The more time the staff can spend with the consultants to get this package done, the better off we're going to be. And I appreciate opportunities to talk about what can be done outside of what's already happening with the near-term changes, if that's necessary. But I just wanted to let you know those are on their way. I also wanted to comment that I had the opportunity to attend Sergeant Jerry Odlin's funeral this weekend, along with other council members, and I, you may be speaking to this as well. It was very impactful, and you could see just how much this person impacted his team members and this community. The Alliance Church was full to the brim. And something I failed to do in front of our senior leadership team today was to recognize the way in which our chief of police represents his team and this community. And it's something that really made me very proud as mayor of Missoula. And so I just wanted to say that. And I didn't have a chance to know Sergeant Odlin, and I was sorry I didn't have a chance to know him, but I felt like I did a little bit by attending his service. And very appreciative of the service he has given the city of Missoula. The last thing I'll mention just briefly is that I appreciate the effort that this council did this fall in terms of discussion around decorum. It is not easy to find a line in which we are attempting to allow people to express their displeasure with council, the circumstances that they wish to make public comment, whether it's factual or not or whatever. We know that people are allowed to make comment at that podium and address local government. But you also did address that in the decorum, in the rules of council, item number 4 in your rules, that when a point of order is called, that when there is a line cross, that we will bring back order to this meeting. And I had to do that tonight, and I was thanked by several people out in the hallway for that. The reason being is that other people in this room did not feel comfortable when the commenter got as aggressive as they did, and we'll work together to try to make sure that we're finding opportunities for people to express free expression, but also maintaining a point of order in which we can still have a civil discussion in this chamber. So thank you for allowing that space. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the officer stepping forward when I asked for assistance. Thank you. All right, with that, I'll conclude my comments, and I will pass it on to council comments. And I'm going to go ahead and start with folks online tonight. So, Ms. Vasecka, if you'd like to go ahead and make council comments, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to thank the commenters that came out tonight. I really appreciate it when the public comes and voices their concerns or their thoughts and feelings to council. So thank you everybody who did come down. And then I also heard on the radio this morning that I have not been to one of these, but it looks like there is an annual Fire on Ice event at 6 o'clock on February 10th. It is a free event where local firefighters duke it out on the ice rink, and it's a free event, but there's plenty of opportunities to donate with some raffles and other fundraising opportunities. So I would highly recommend you bring your family there, because hockey games are always super fun. So I just wanted to let the public know about that.
Councilor Vasecka, thank you. I totally meant to mention that. I'm so glad that you did. Thank you. That'll be a fun event this Saturday. I think it starts at 6. There's 2 games, 6 and 7:30, if I'm not mistaken. All right, excellent. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be quick as well. I also want to thank everybody that came out, both for agenda items and items not on the agenda. And I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the ceasefire resolution with a quick response. You know, I do really appreciate the analogy that Ms. Farmer used about how passing a resolution like this would be like gas on a campfire and a match on a bonfire. And you know, that's actually the whole point. The whole point is to light our match as a city and to join all the other cities across the country who are also lighting their matches, so that together we can make a collective difference. Because it's true, this resolution wouldn't change anything overseas, but with all the other cities who are passing resolutions like this, then perhaps we could make a difference. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. All right, moving into the room here, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Super quick, just a huge shout out to our staff. We have amazing city staff. They're here with us till 11:29 at night, and they are going to get up bright and early tomorrow and report and do their whole day's work. And so just thank you for being there and working to serve the people of Missoula. I have heard from a lot of folks who did not feel comfortable making public comment in regard to the ceasefire. I literally had a woman ask me if she could hand deliver me a letter to read on the record, because she did not feel comfortable emailing me something or having any other form of communication. So I think that in a community, that to me spoke a lot. I have never felt that way in this community, and it breaks my heart that there are those who feel that way in our community. And I understand that there are people who feel a lot of things on this issue, but to actively reach out and say, I don't feel comfortable coming down and giving my public comment on this issue that directly affects me as someone who is Jewish, I think really highlighted how incredibly complex this issue is. And when they were asking me, I want to reach out to other council members, if I call and leave them a voicemail, will that be recorded? Will they out me on the record if I comment to them about how my concerns about the safety I feel about me and my family and the Nazis at the synagogue? And I had to assure them that no, that, can't be recorded, that council members will listen and take their concerns and won't out them on the record. I just think that we did the right thing, I believe, last week, because this is a complicated issue. It doesn't mean that anyone around this horseshoe condones what's happening. We are all horrified, but it is an incredibly complicated issue that cannot be simplified by a resolution one way or the other. And we are asked to do hard things around this podium. We have taken hard votes. I have taken votes against the majority of what my constituents have asked me to, because I felt like it was righter for the greater good. There are 75,000 people who live here in this community. The decisions we make affect all of them, and we have to balance what we hear in person and online with, the people out there who do not feel comfortable coming down here. So I didn't want to make that long of a comment, but I felt compelled. I will stop now. Thank you all for your service. And someone bring healthy snacks to the 22nd. I think I've reached my sugar limit. So
Thanks, Ms. Anderson. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will pass tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be very quick. First of all, if you have not attended Fire on Ice, it's a blast, and I would just encourage people to do it. It's always a good time. I would also just echo the mayor's comments. I was very proud of Missoula after being at Sergeant Odlin's funeral on Saturday, and particularly impressed with our police department and the way they conduct themselves and the pride they have in recognizing each other. And it really is a family, and it just kind of reminds you of the bigger picture sometimes. So I would just echo your comments, and I was proud to be there.
Thank you, Mr. Nugent. Councillor Sherrill.
I'll pass.
All right. Councilor Carlino.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it brief. Just to, I guess, just quickly address like the Martin v. Boise case going through the Supreme Court. You know, right now the Ninth Circuit Court granted our unhoused neighbors in Missoula their constitutional rights to not get punished with fines and fees and excessive punishment when they have got nowhere else to sleep at night. And having this go to the Supreme Court, to the Donald Trump appointed Supreme Court, is not a good thing for Missoula. It's not something for us to be excited about as a city. And I just hope that we do right by our unhoused neighbors and we look at this through the lens of their constitutional rights like they have right now, whether or not the Supreme Court overturns that. And any sort of camping ordinance that we come up with that doesn't come along with places for people to sleep at night is not going to work. We're just going to be continuing what we're doing, which is using police power to push people from one place to the next, from one campsite to their next campsite, from one public place to another public place a few hundred feet away. It costs a lot of tax money, it's inhumane, it's lazy, and it's a terrible way to handle homelessness. So I hope that when we go into these conversations that we can address this with humanity and help find people places where they can sleep at night. And I hope that as a city we stop looking towards our police department to control our unhoused neighbors.
Councilor Jones. Pass? Okay.
Also pass.
Okay.
I have a dissertation here that I would like to read for all of you tonight. I will keep it super brief. I just want to bring to your attention, in case you haven't heard, about the devastating fires that are reaping through my home country and my birth city right now. My parents are okay, but the loss is significant, both in terms of lives and infrastructure. And I bring this up because I think here in Missoula, we are especially vulnerable to wildfires, and this is my yearly announcement for the need for wildfire management and mitigation plans, and a really well-coordinated evacuation plan that should be available to the community or in coordination with the community, because a lot of the loss of life in a lot of these situations has to do with lack of coordination sometimes, or lack of outreach and education. I'm not saying that we're not doing that, but I think it's important for us to think about wildfires more seriously, especially with the current climate conditions that we're experiencing. So, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. It's actually quite amazing how much our local fire department is involved in wildfire management and coordination as well. Okay, thank you, Councilor Savage. Okay, all right. I think we did it. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting, 11:36, a new record for me as presiding officer. I know. Thank you.